Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. everyone. Good morning and welcome to the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo Psychic and Healing Fair. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome. And I'm really excited that all of you are here with us today. Definitely, I'm glad you guys came early. We have a full day planned of amazing speakers like Linda McKenzie, who we have coming up right now. And of course, incredible vendors inside, all types of healing and transformation. And we love it when our whole community can come together in person in the Bay Area. And for those of you watching the live stream, thank you for joining us. Even if you can't be here in person, we are, of course, always connected in the quantum field. So thanks for tuning in with us. And I'm excited to be announcing our first speaker of the day, Linda McKenzie. She is a psychic and bioenergetic healer who has worked with governments, police and sheriff departments, and thousands of individuals around the world. She is considered a psychic for psychics and is fluent in all 17 different psychic abilities, which you guys are going to hear all about today. And she has a radio show, The Linda McKenzie Show, which airs live on Tuesdays on her own radio network, healthylife.net. And so you can definitely tune in to her radio network 24/7 live on demand radio talk show, all positive talk. And Linda McKenzie has her own SoulSearch TV special live with Linda. So if you guys have not tuned in yet, tune into soulsearch.tv. We have amazing shows available from all of our practitioners, all different types of shows. Linda's one is a live metaphysical variety show. You can tune in and watch it. Let us know what you think. And of course, without further ado, welcome to Linda McKenzie, the amazing psychic who is here to help us explore our psychic abilities. So thank you, Linda.
You're welcome. Am I here yet? Am I here yet? Well, I'm going to go back and forth because we got 17 psychic abilities that we're going to go over. And I'm going to tell you stories and show you how they work and why they work. That's up to you. But anyway, so I'm going to go back and forth to my book because I'm 75 and sometimes I need a little reminder. So, it says who I am. Okay, I know that one. Okay, so I've been psychic since I'm 8 years old. I saw God when I was 8 and I got all 17 abilities. And the very next day that I saw God, I was told to do different things, to go away, to go home from another way from school. And I didn't want to do it because I'm always contentious, saying, well, why do I have to do? And he said, do it. So I did. And the very next day was reported at the time that I would have walked up the way I was supposed to instead of going the way that I was told. There was a murder at that moment at that street. So ever since then, and then it took me, by the time I was 15 years old, I read every metaphysical book in the New York Public Library. I had been busting psychics at 21, and then I stopped. And I became an engineer for Continental Airlines. I was the first woman datacom engineer in any airline in the world. And then I was president of a dietary supplement company. I wrote a couple of books, and then I decided after 18 years of that, I didn't want no more of the left brain stuff. I want the right. So I ended up going and, doing radio, and then I was on ABC, NBC, Discovery Channel, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, but the thing is that a psychic ability, I'm not really a psychic. What I am is an energy interpreter. What I've found over the years is that there are 11 energy zones that I have to go through, right, to figure out what your question that you asked me, what it really is, right? So, and the first one I have to go through is mind, body, spirit. The second is, because you could have an upset stomach, but is it because an earthquake is coming and the floor is rolling and that's why your stomach is upset? Or is it something in your mind, somebody's yelling at you or something and you're getting upset at the job? So, or is it a spirit, something coming in saying, hey, I'm going to upset you, And so there's physical and etheric energy. So physical is something that is real, and etheric is something unseen. Okay, so I go through that. Then I have to go through the energy of all things, right? Because it's not just us, because we are cosmic consciousness, right? So everything that anybody does affects the consciousness, right? So we have to go through that. So I go through earth energy, and I'll go through, is it physical earth energy, or is it etheric earth energy, which would be maybe divas or earth spirits or things like that. Physical would be earthquakes or movements and whatever. Then I go through universal energy, because universal energy also has an impact on all of us. And there again is physical and etheric. And physical energy would be the moon doing its thing. You know what happens on the full moon. I know, I'm Cancer with a Gemini rising and you know, a Leo rising and a Gemini moon, so I know all that stuff. And then there's etheric energy, which is unseen energy. Every thought we have, you think you have secrets, you have no secrets. Nobody has a secret. You want to keep a secret, you don't have it. Okay, because what happens is that even a thought has energy. So when you're an energy interpreter, you can go back in time, or if you know how, to retrieve anything at any time, anywhere. And then at the top of that is God energy. So you have that, okay? And I use God energy. A lot of people use guides, and a lot of people use divination tools, tarot, and all that. I sit there and go, Derek Akora was a psychic in London. He was a top psychic. I worked with him at when we were filming Ghosts of England with the ISPR back in the day, and we were verifying paranormal phenomena for the British government. And Derek had a guide, and he was Sam the plumber. And I'd say, when you die, you're not automatically enlightened. If you're Sam the plumber and you're only here, guess what? You're Sam the plumber on the other side, and you're still working and working and working to get enlightenment. And we keep doing that, and then we come back and we start all over again. And each time we grow and we grow and we grow. So I said to him, Derek, why are you using Sam? Why don't you go direct connect to God? That's where all the answers are anyway. But he liked Sam and Sam liked him, so you got to do what you got to do. So the other thing that I need to know is that everybody knows I do I adhere to a big psychic code of ethics. Okay, you can go on my site, lindamckenzie.net, and you can see the psychic code of ethics. And that psychic code of ethics I work with 100%. The other thing that I never do is I never make psychic ability my sole form of income, ever, because it keeps me free and clear. I mean, it's hard for a psychic if you're hungry not to want to extend a reading, come on, and I don't have time for that. I mean, life is too short. Let's go, let's get it, let's go for it. Okay, now we're going to get into, in the lifespan, I found that there are 17 different kinds of psychic abilities, and they're separate and distinct. And we're going to go through each one of them. And the first one is remote viewing. Now, remote viewing is, I have to go through these because who can remember all these words? The ability to see or describe a person, place, or thing without being in its presence. Well, I can, finding hidden treasure, a missing person, or finding a lost item or pet. I can do this easily and actually see what's going on in real time. So, for example, I had somebody want me to find buried treasure. It was a president of the country. And he said, I want to find this buried treasure. So the secretary, it was a third world country, and they hid this treasure. And I found it for him. The second was, there was somebody hired me because there was a boardroom discussion. They wanted me to know if I could go in on the boardroom discussion and see what they're saying. And in real time, I said, yeah, I'll be glad to do that. And I did that. So that's a form of remote viewing. We're going to go through stories like this, but I want to just give you examples because I only have 45 minutes and 17 abilities. That gives me, 2.5 minutes? Okay, what's next? Okay, clairvoyance. Clairvoyance is that, by the way, I have these on my site too, and it shows you where, and these are the psychic ability of the six senses, and there's two different categories of psychic ability. One is the psychic ability of the six senses. The other one is the psychic ability of channeling. So it's a little different on that. And so remote viewing is coming from sight, okay? Clairvoyance is coming from sight. And clairvoyance is an extrasensory perception of an event which is not present to the five senses. Okay, these are like the dictionary meanings that I found. Now, this event is from a physical source, and like looking into a crystal ball or a river-washed screening stone, which is they use a screening stone it's a river stone that is crystal on one side and kind of covered on the other. And you can look into it and it will tell you pictures. And then, and you can see what's happening now and in the future. Now, I live in the moment, so I rarely use clairvoyance. And however, I have a fun story about clairvoyant gemstone. So I used to have a metaphysical catalog company, and I made sacred stone pouches. So I'd go and find, I found this wonderful guy. He's got a football-sized field room of crystals, okay? And every time you'd go, it would be a crazy place because they would order these things for the movies. So you'd go in, and there's a 50-foot amethyst geode. They had a crystal ball that was half the size of this room that this producer wanted to put in his fountain. Okay, I mean pure crystal. And but anyway, the guy knew me because I would go, and the best thing I like to do is go to the discount table. What do women like to do? And men go to the discount table. What bargain can I get? So I go to this table, and the guy knew me, but he was very, if you say anything about metaphysics or something like that, he would go, "We're just a crystal company." I'm going, "Yeah, right. You and I know that you're not." But that's okay. So I go in, and I'm sitting there, and I look at the stone, and I'm walking past the stone, and the stone moves and follows me like this. And I go back, and it's going like this. Oh, what the heck is that? So I call him, and I said, "Come in here." And I was with somebody. I said, "Watch this." And I go like this, and it's moving, and it goes back. So then I see him. I said, and I pick it up. I said, "There's nothing underneath it. It's moving this thing." He says, "Oh," he goes, "this stone, you got to get it." He goes, "This stone is for you." And he goes, "It's, and I said, "Yeah." And so I look at it, and I start communicating with the stone. And the stone says, "Take me home with you, and I will tell you everything you ever need to know. I will tell you everything, all the time." And I looked at the stone, and I thought, that might be interesting. And I kind of walked away and came back, and then I went out, and the guy said, "Did you get the stone?" And I said, "No." I said, "I don't need anybody telling me anything except me and God. I want true source, true things. I don't need to do it." And I picked up, there was a lot of alien. Now, look, I believe in aliens. I was dating a shaman many years ago when I was young and cute. And so this, we were dating a shaman, and the guy, and he says, I was just coming out after a 25, 30-year. I stopped doing psychic ability by the time I was 21. I was busting psychics at 21 because I didn't like them charging my girlfriends and stuff when they weren't really psychic. I just said, no, that's not going to happen. And then something happened, and so I stopped, and then I went back at 37, right? And around the harmonic convergence when I came out. And so he said, I said I was exploring all these things, and as soon as I opened up, every day there was a different thing. There would be an Indian thing where I'd be sitting there talking to somebody in this house in West End in LA, and the water ran backwards, and it was an Indian burial ground, a sacred Indian burial ground that nobody even knew about and stuff like that. It was just crazy, right? And I all of a sudden, I just closed my eyes for a minute. I get all this information about herbs and da 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 da. I'm going, what the heck is this? And then I, open up to continue the conversation. And nobody's there, and I'm going, where are you? And they said, well, you were sitting there in trance for 30 minutes. I didn't even know I was doing that. So I said, okay, fine. So, you don't want to really do anything with that. I have so many stories that I can keep you entertained for a long time, but I want to keep on tap because I have 45 minutes. They told me only 45 minutes. Okay. So that's the clairvoyance. Okay. The next thing is clairaudience. Now, clairaudience is the sense of hearing. It's the ability to perceive sounds that are not normally portable. Lately, I've been perceiving a lot of sounds. Okay. It could be anything like they sometimes come to me unbidden, and sometimes they come when it's not bidden, when I want them to come, right? But a lot of the times they come unbidden, and it's a lot of times I have more people over on the other side now because I'm so old than here. So I get chatter all the time. And Barbara gave me this. I said, thank you, Barbara. Anyway, so she's listening. But anyway, so what happens is that when you're doing the clairaudience, the boardroom story was a thing where you're hearing remotely. And so that's one of the things that happened. But you can also listen in real time. So a couple of months ago, I kind of bust things sometimes. I'm not supposed to, but I kind of do because, I just don't like things sometimes, and I want people to know about it so they can do things. So one night I was sitting there sleeping, and I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm hearing this sound here appearing, things going like this. And I'm going, what the heck is that? And then I trace it, and I see that there is right near me, because I live near LA Airport by Manhattan Beach, in South Bay. And right by me are a lot of aerospace companies. And I go back and I go and find it was in Raytheon, and they're doing some kind of thing for sound warfare. And I'm picking it up. So I'm getting annoyed, right? But I know energy. So I just stop it down. I don't know what's going on. And then another time, I get it from another place. I'm going, what is that? I'm like, stop it, because I don't like destruction. And let's not do this. I mean, you can trace it back to me. The government knows who I am. I've been asked to do many things with them, and I tell them no. As a matter of fact, one of the presidents of the United States asked me to be their psychic when they were in office. Now I was going to go because I was going to go to the Jonathan Club in New York, and I'd wear a gown and whatever. I mean, and Henry Kissinger was going to be my dinner partner, right? So I said, well, I need to talk to this man to see where his head's at, right? I mean, brilliant people. And then I was saying, no, I don't do politics or lottery tickets or sports books. I don't do that because I'm not giving that. Who wants to do that? And they asked me to do many things. They asked me to do things in 1992. No, I guess it was 1987. 1987, 1988, when I did my first book, which didn't come out until 1996, but they came and asked me, and I had to, because I worked for the airlines for 18 years, which is designing data systems and banking systems, redesign the U.S. Senate Computer Center. I was kind of big in that industry. And because, they knew who I was, and they kind of left me alone. But anyway, so I better get on, otherwise we're not going to. So anyway, it turns out that my program director at my radio network, healthylife.net, belongs to a band. And in the band is a guy, I probably shouldn't say this. Okay, but anyway, in this band, we're not going to tell you what band, whatever, but in the band is this guy that happened to work at Raytheon, and he's let it slip that they were working on a sound thing. So it wasn't that, and gee, I wonder what happened. They had to go back and redo it again. Oh, I feel so bad. Okay, the next is clairgustus. Now, clairgustus is an unbidden or unexplained energetic aroma, which is it's a taste in a person's mouth. We'll get to clairolfaction. And so that's an energy transforming into a personal taste. So one time I was doing a reading on air on the telephone, and I get this taste of chocolate in my mouth. And the woman called up. I said, did you just have a chocolate bar? She said, yeah. And I said, okay. So that's an example of clairgustus. Then there's clairolfaction. Now, clairolfaction, a lot of these things many people don't know because, I went back to the 1800s and beyond to, I've been studying it for, I was 15. I mean, that's a lot of years to find what is truth and what is not truth, which is very important to me because I'm here for truth this time. But clairolfaction is, it's kind of, I like to read these because I can't remember all of these and I want to get it right. And clairolfaction is an unbidden or unexplained energetic aroma that is smelled for no apparent reason. So one of the things I wanted to, that best illustrates this is that I was working with the International Society for Paranormal Research, and they had rented out the Vogue Theater, and they did the beautiful people that actually verified paranormal phenomena all over the world. I did a lot of documentaries with them in New Orleans and England and whatever. And but anyway, so they had this theater, and there was a lot of people that had died in there, and they were researching it, and then there was a couple of kids, but there was this one guy, and because I'm entertaining, they say, they would have me go and take all the people around on tour, and plus the ghosts like me, so they would come out. And one would actually be able to be seen. Most ghosts aren't able to be seen, but one, Fritz, the guy in upstairs, will tell you another story later on. But anyway, so this one guy, we'd go down and we'd be in the lobby area, in the loge area, and you'd start smelling vomit. And you go, oh, God. And the guy had died, and he of a drug overdose in the back. And so that is an example of olfaction. So we always knew he was there because of the smell, okay? The next that we have is psychometry. Psychometry is actually the, let me get it right because I want to make sure I'm getting it right. Psychometry. The divining of knowledge about an object or person through contact or touching the object. I have a really cute story about this. Okay, so we're filming The Ghosts of England, right? And Ghosts of Belgrave Hall, and we're over in England. And there was 3 psychics, Larry Mons and Dana Smuller ran the ISPR. And Larry was a paranormal. He actually got a degree from Berkeley in paranormal sciences. They once had a degree in that. He had a PhD in that. And he verified paranormal phenomena all over the world. And they like me because most psychics are electrical energy. I'm electromagnetic energy, which is a little different, right? And so, you get those electronic magnets, that help you. That's where my healing comes in. If you got something, let's get it out there. Yeah. So it just magnetizes to me, which is some good, some bad. So anyway, like they used to call me flypaper when I was dating, because anybody that was abnormal would try and date me. I mean, it's just the way of the world. So anyway, so they had this shoe, right? And they said, would you touch the shoe? And they had 3 psychics, and they have us go into at different times, and then they would have us say what we were going to do, say what the problem was, or the ghost was, or whatever it was. And so each of us wouldn't know what the other was saying and whatever. So they came in and they bring me down, and they said, do you want to touch the shoe? And I said, well, yeah, what is it? And they said, well, everybody that's touched the shoe died. I said, give me the shoe. Give me the shoe. So I did it, and then I started telling them dates, places. I said, boy, was this shoe in seawater? And sure enough, all the things would come true, right? So all of it was true, and much of it was true. Not everybody can't get it 100% of the time, because energy is moving and shifting, and we're all connected, right? So that if you're happy, or if you're happy, or if you're happy, that means everybody gets a little bit uplifted. When you're sad or sick or whatever, you're making everything go down. So no matter what, always you have the choice of choosing happiness in every moment. Half full, half empty. Choose the half full. That's what gets you through life. I'm 75. I'm not on any drugs. I'm 100%. Here. Not sick. Nothing wrong with me. All because of positive energy, right? And eating right, sleeping right, exercising. Exercising, number 1 thing for anti-aging. Okay, enough of that. Okay, so let's get to the other 6 sensibilities. Intuition, knowing, acting, or perceiving by intuition. Now, I don't think everybody has intuition. Men have hunches, women have intuition. But intuition is the start of psychic ability. It is not a psychic ability, okay? Everybody's got it, okay? And using your intuitive abilities for a long time, knowing when you are using your ability and trusting that ability leads you into true psychic ability. The next is telepathy. Telepathy is mind-to-mind communication. And I'll get to tell you a story about my friend Joan. My friend Joan and I met her when I was first married in 1968. I was 19, and I got married, and I went to work for the New York Telephone Company, and they used to say, "You're the voice of Marlene Dietrich." I mean, people would hide from me because it's my voice, But anyway, it was whatever it was. And so Joan, I didn't drive at that time, because in New York, you really did. I grew up in New York, and Italian and Irish, the original gimmick, half kidney, half neck. And what would happen is they got me. I lived in New Rochelle, and I was working in White Plains at 10 County Center Road for the New York Telephone Company back then. And Joan was lived in New Rochelle, and she was new hire, and so we decided we would carpool together, and I'd give her gas money, and we'd carpool up. Well, Joan and I clicked immediately, and we would go. It would be 45 minutes to get from New Rochelle to White Plains, and we would have entire conversations without speaking. And every once in a while, I'd go, yeah, no, yeah. So I called her. I don't see her that often, right? Because I've been in California since 1977. So I called her. I says, "What's up with you? You're not sick. You think you're sick. You're not sick." She says, "Oh, this was 2 days ago." And she said, "Yeah, you picked it up." She said, "They think that," she says, "I found the cancer type of thing and whatever." And I said, "Well, there's no cancer." So she said, "Yeah, they found no cancer." I said, "Okay." But anyway, so it still happens. After all of this time, we're still connected, and we do telepathy, which you can do with anybody. But here's the deal. When I'm driving, sometimes it's hard for me to drive because, believe me, I can hear what you're saying on the road. And I'm from New York, so it's going to come out of my mouth. I can't, it's trained. You can't stop it. It just, what are they doing? I mean, it just comes out. Anyway, so that's a little bit about telepathy. Clairsentience. Okay, so clairsentience, let me just read this because I like to make sure that I'm giving really good information. Clairsentience is an energy of knowing a past, present, or future event through a feeling. And my story on that one is they liked me a lot in when they filmed or when I did documentary because I have an innate ability to stand on a piece of land, right? And I can stand on the land and I can actually, oops, I don't know where that came from. I can actually tell you dates and times and places from that land from the beginning of time, names, persons, people, all the way up to the present time. And so they love me for that. The next one is precognition and premonition. And that's kind of like predicting earthquakes and, different kinds of natural disasters. I try not to do that, but it comes in, but I like to use other things more than that. The next is psychokinesis. And that is, let me just explain that to you so that you have that. That is the ability of the mind to influence or move matter, time, space, or energy by unknown physical means. So when I was about 15 and I was, you have these peaks of power, right? You have it when you're in your teens. You get it again when you're around 40, okay? And then it becomes big. And then 60, there's another big spurt, okay? So you can imagine, that's when your biggest spiritual growth patterns happen. So basically, everybody knows Uri Geller's bending the spoons, It was very interesting for me because when I was 15, I decided I wanted to see if I could move a glass across water. Now, it's easy to move metal across the table, with my mind. And it's easy to move metal because metal is a different property, right? And I moved that glass a couple of inches on that. But, that's a waste of energy. And I don't waste energy. Matter of fact, I don't give readings to people unless I know that they're really going to understand them or follow them or do healings on people. Because, at this age, I don't have enough time. I want it to be the most important. Okay, let's get into the psychic abilities of channeling. And that is prophecy. And prophecy is the ability to predict a future event under the influence of divine guidance. I don't do prophecy. I personally don't do it. I mean, I'll leave it for Jesus and Muhammad, whatever. They can do it better than me. A true prophet by some can be considered a false prophet by others, right? And I receive information from God all the time, and I act upon that. But to call myself a prophet, it's too much action for me. And I'd rather do it quietly with all that ballyhoo there. Next is automatic writing. And automatic writing is an interesting story. So I went to Sedona, and I hadn't gone to the vortexes. And I said, okay, let me go to the vortexes and just start automatic writing, and then I'll buy a book on the vortexes, and on the way home see if it matched. So I went to Boynton Canyon, and it was healing. I went to Bell Rock, and it's the alien energy. And each one of these things, at all the vortex, airport vortex, all the vortexes, I had written automatically what it was there, what I was feeling, what was coming in, what was going through, and everything was justified. The next thing is called hero scripting. Hero scripting is the same as automatic writing, but it's automatic painting. Okay, when you actually paint, Sally, you would know that. When you actually paint, because you feel that something is coming through you, and you're painting, right? And so that's automatic painting. Now, one of the things that I do, I love to paint. I won awards from the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York at 18. And but I never got there because God had a different path for me all the time, right? So I ended up, so once a year on New Year's Eve, I don't go out and party. I kind of ask God, what do you want me to do for the year? And I will do automatic writing, and I also will do hero scripting. And on the hero scripting, which you might want to do because it's really very cathartic, or not lethargic, but cathartic. And although, you never know. But anyway, so what happens is that on one point, you make two pictures. And the one picture, you kind of let it flow on all the things that have stopped you in the life in that year. And then you put in place on the other one, all the things that are free and where you want to be. And it's really interesting that once you start clarifying and making a thing on this and putting it in your head, immediately the right side of your brain, your creative side, says, out with the bad stuff, in with the new stuff. And then if you look, the next year, you'll find that all the stuff, you'll have new stuff that gets in the way. You think, even on the other side, you think it's going to, the Arabs don't get the 27 virgins. That doesn't happen. You're not sitting there in bliss going, la, 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 it doesn't happen. You're just living life the same way as here, but we're getting enlightened. It's a little easier. We don't have body functions, but we have senses, and we have our senses. And so it's a little different. I've been there many times. Okay, the next is medium. So I have 100 stories on this. Okay, so in New Orleans, I'm going to give you things that you might not know about ghosts, okay? Because I'm sure this group knows about ghosts. In New Orleans, one of the things that I found most interesting is that ghosts work together. Okay, so there was I was with the ISPR again, and we were doing the Ghosts of New Orleans, Rich and Haunted, I think it was called. And so we ended up going in, and we would find the newspaper that was always outside the door. We were all on different floors because that's how you do it. All the people were on different. We found the newspaper in the same exact place without being through. They stole my shoe there, but each one was working together. And another thing where they were working together was in England. We were in this house, and there was multiple generations in the house that knew of one another, but were different generations. Usually, when I like to release the spirits, when I see them, if they can. Okay, the next one is multi-generation. Yeah. Here's a funny story. This is woman power. So, I don't know if you know Peter James from Sightings. Okay, anyway, he was on Sightings, which is an old metaphysical show. And so it was Peter James, Derek Accord, and I. We were the psychics going to explore this thing. We were in this house. This entity starts choking Derek. I mean, very rarely does a entity have the power to come and manifest. They just don't. They don't. You won't see them. The people would say, hey, the movie people would say, we want to see a ghost. I said, good luck with that. I can't show you a ghost. It's not going to happen. I said, I did something else though to show them, but I'll tell you that later. And so I was sitting there with Derek, and he's choking. And I said to Peter, I mean, we're on the stairs. And I said, Peter, go up and help him. He goes, I'm not going up there. I said, what? He goes, I'm not going up there. I said, I get up there. And I said, hey, come to me. Get away from him. And the thing almost threw me down the stairs. But I stopped it because, you know, when you believe in truth and you are fully protected, and it's not the white, you know, I'm going to give you a little tip here. You know, I'm going to put the white light bubble around me. Doesn't work. Every single person knows that. Every piece of paper, everybody on the other side doesn't work. You have to create your own, and you have to create it. For me, I have to recreate my protection shield 2 or 3 times a day, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. And you just do it. Mine, I can't tell you what mine is, but you create something that allows, I'll give you an example. It's not mine, but you can pretend, you know how a dream catcher looks, right? So you weave it around you. And then all the sticky, ugly energy gets stuck on that thing, and the good stuff comes through. And then you keep changing it, right? And then nobody knows that pattern but you. And if you change it every time, it stops them. You know, the white light is great, but you know what? It ain't gonna work. I mean, they just all know it, okay? That's another course, spiritual protection, which I'm not giving right now. Okay, so then we have both here, Fritz, the cameraman. They would give me ABC, CBS, whatever, and they would do all these things. They'd say, Linda, go up in the camera. So Fritz was the camera guy, worked there for, I don't know, decades, and he died in the camera room. He liked me, and his face would show up. And then people would say, the camera people say, oh yeah, where's everything? I said, well, turn on the lights, go look, go check and see if there's any, you know, electrical things or whatever, and there wasn't. And then I'd say, okay, and then I'd say, turn the lights off. I'd say, Fritz, I said, where do you want him to be? And they said, over there. I said, Fritz, can you do it? And he looked at me and I said, come on, Fritz. And so he would show up. And they would say, oh, okay, fine on that. Okay, and then there's transmedium. Okay, 2 things I don't do other than 17. One is prophecy. The other is being a transmedium. A transmedium allows an entity to come into you, right, and talk through you. Only thing that goes into my body is God and maybe an occasional guy if he gets lucky, right? That's it. That's it. You know, and these days it's far and few between, and that's fine. So, but anyway, so what we want to do is understand that, you know, we have to make sure that they would give me, Dana was a transmedium, and she was very good at what she did. But a lot of times it would get stuck, and they would end up coming to me, and I'd have to get her out of get the entity out, and you would see it. There was one time I was doing the psychics used to come to me from all over the world, and I would help them. And this one girl had ovarian cancer, and she said, "Can you help me?" And I said, "You know, I don't feel like it's from here." So I put her into, I'm a hypnotherapist as well. So I put her into trance and found out that it was from an entity that was in her. And her sister was there. And the entity was going around and around. And I was trying to get it, you know, and trying to, most people release, the shamans, they go down and fight and they release the energy. I don't have time for that. Done, out. So I'm trying to get it. And the thing comes out of her, goes out the window. Fast, out of my window. My window is blistered. The paint is blistered. That's how bad it was. And the woman was sitting there. She's seeing it come out, and she goes like this because they don't even realize that it's happening. There's so many things. Everything exists, right? So when you're playing, make sure you're really protected because everything exists. And if you think you know the answer and you're not quick and understanding what's going on, and remember the old adage where God sends the raft and he sends the boat and he sends the, you know, the airplane, and the guy doesn't want to go on. God's going to save me. Guess what? God wants you to use your brain. It's not just all about that. So he wants you to learn on that too. Okay, the next is divination. And I personally don't use divination or tools or guides. There's energies behind the tools. At 15, I mean, I know about them all because I tried them all to understand them. And like tarot cards have energies in back of them that they're definitely before Egypt. You know, they come from Egypt, very old, and they have energies behind them. But what they'll do is they'll tell you you're going to cross the street, but they're not going to tell you you're going to get hit by a car when you get crossing the street. I'd rather know the whole thing, so I'll go direct connect to God. And we already talked about guides and the energies about that. So all I can say is a true psychic needs no tools. And guess what? That's the end of our seminar. I hope you enjoyed it. Yes.
Question. Sometimes people, I don't know how they would use, but they not necessarily channel energy that comes in, but maybe channel energy output. That's some type of.
That's you. That's you. Okay. Now we're getting into different kinds of things. You know, we're taking into more of Native Americans do this. There's other alchemists do this. There's other people that do this. But you have to understand, it's like, say I wanted to need strength and I channel wolf energy, right, to move me fast, right? You have to be careful with how you channel. If you cannot bring it out, you probably shouldn't do it. You know, we're strong enough as it is, although sometimes it happens, and maybe that's what
happens naturally.
It just happens naturally, but you always have to understand and look for the source and trace the source back. And if there's a feeling in you that says, oh, I don't want to do that, don't. You can tell anything to go away. A ghost comes to bother you, go away. We've got 5 more minutes. Anybody has any other questions about anything?
Son who's like 15, 16,
Mhm.
and I noticed that he's constantly like talking like to his son. You know, and he was worse maybe a couple of years ago, and I think he's a little bit trying to be more careful. But could it be something like that where he's talking to somebody?
He is talking to somebody. Yeah.
And then you turn around, look at him, and he kind of stops, and you know he's talking. You know, like he's talking to somebody.
I'm not feeling that it's something detrimental. As a matter of fact, I think he needs that right now. It's somebody that's a relative from your other side that has passed over, and he's making sure your son sometimes feels not part of the program, you know, like not part of everybody else, you know. And so this one is he's just a small thing. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. We gotta let him go through the stuff. You know, we can't be helicopter moms. Please don't be helicopter moms. You know, the worse experience that they have, the better off it is. But he's fine, and it's a relative, and it's okay. He'll stop it in about, he's going to have a girlfriend soon, so he's going to stop that. So, okay, yes.
So I lived in a house where I heard things I really don't know who's ghosts.
It was.
What happens? We don't live there anymore. What happens to them?
Well, ghosts are.
When you're not around, because like I heard them, I didn't really think much about it. But then I thought when I sold it, they never said anything like.
No, because some people are attuned to that, others are not. And other than that, ghosts do not have to stay in one place. Ghosts can move around. So ghosts don't have to stay in one place. I think it's our time to go, right? Mm-hmm. Thank you so much. I'm going to have a table right out there. Symbols of You is my new book. It's really great. Got 45 and Total Mind, Body, Spirit Weight Loss Program is new. And I have just the audio book. And I keep dropping things, and that's okay. Thank you so much for coming.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Tangela, founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our SoulSearch Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. We are delighted to have you all here live with us. And of course, welcome to everyone joining in on the live stream. We love getting our whole community together like this, and it's going to be an amazing day. We have an incredible lineup of speakers. So definitely for all of you who are here, stay all day, come back tomorrow. And for all of you on the live stream, same thing, stay with us all day and come back tomorrow. We have an incredible room full of vendors. And of course, we also invite you guys to stay connected with us, join our Facebook group, and also check out SoulSearch TV. SoulSearch.tv is where we have incredible shows from all of our practitioners, and you can dive in with them. And of course, I'm excited today because we have Lee Osborne joining us. He was born in the spiritual vortex of Mount Shasta. How many of you guys have been there? Okay. Me too. It's one of my favorite places. And he grew up in the area. Lee began his spiritual journey in 1992 in Mount Shasta and continues to this day. He is a gifted reader, healer, speaker, and psychic who uses a combination of divinity, angel, and oracle cards to receive messages from your angels and guides to help you live your best life. And he's here today to help you answer your life's biggest questions. And who doesn't want that, right? We can all use that support. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for joining in on the live stream, everyone. And welcome, Lee. Thank you.
Wow, that guy sounds pretty impressive. Yeah. So as Tangela said, I'm Lee Osborne, and we want to give thanks to Tangela and SoulSearch for hosting this wonderful expo. Is this the second or the third?
Third year.
Third here, my second time here in Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley, and thanks to the Hilton for having us. And good morning. So, as Tangela said, I was born in Mount Shasta and I grew up in that area. I graduated from school in Dunsmuir. My dad worked for the railroad. I went to college at the Siskiyous in Weed. You guys have seen the Facebook thing with the guy standing under the sign, Weed College. Yeah, you know. Yeah, I was back there in those days too. Moved on to Chico State. I worked for the U.S. Forest Service fighting what we then called forest fires and are now wildland fires. And I did that for 5 seasons out of McLeod there at Siskiyou County also. That's how I paid my way through college. And I thought I wanted to be a full-time firefighter. But the thing about it is like, you know, when it rains and snows, well, you know, not an awful lot of fire to fight. So even though I was on the Federal Register, I was on winter layoff. So, and there was no guarantee of how long that was going to be. And so you'd have to work for them for a long period of time. So, but while I was doing that, the guy that came to me said, hey, that I worked for came to me and said, hey, you know, there's a job over on the Tahoe National Forest, which is Nevada City, Grass Valley, Truckee, Sayreville, up in that area. And I'll see if I can get you this job. Well, the problem was it was 2 steps ahead of where I was, and they weren't willing to make that jump. So while I was sitting around on winter layoff, the local police department was looking for reserve police officers. And I said, last winter I spent my time skiing and hanging out in bars and playing pool. Maybe I'll try something a little different. So I went to work for the Dunsmere Police Department as an unpaid reserve in the fall of 1974. And in the spring of 1975, it had been a wet winter and wet spring. The chief of police offered me a job before the Forest Service called me back. So it was about the same pay without the overtime, and it was full-time work. So I worked for them for 1.5 years, and then I moved to Truckee on the east end of Nevada County. So was I destined to wind up there? Well, yeah, I kind of think so. I mean, Forest Service boss tries to get me a job on the Tahoe National Forest, where I would have been probably around Truckee or Lake Tahoe. And I eventually wound up there, but it was just a couple of years later, where I was working for the sheriff. And I worked for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office for a little over 30 years. 20 years or so, a little over 20 in Truckee, and a little over 10 in Nevada City. So I have 32 years, 3 months and 15 days for those of you keeping score at home, as a full-time law enforcement officer out there in the naked city, crushing crime, facing death, keeping the streets safe for women and children, and striking terror into the hearts of evildoers everywhere. And I retired in 2007. But wait, you say. If you started your spiritual journey in 92, but you didn't return to 2007, how does that fit? How does that work? Well, let me ask you this. Who here is a psychic? Okay, spoiler alert. Everybody here is a psychic. Everybody here has gifts. We are all born with psychic and spiritual gifts. We come into this world with them. That is part of our legacy and part of why we come down here. Now, what happens? Well, this is woo stuff. It's things that you can't see, touch, taste, smell, or measure. Okay? So our parents and our peers and our school and the big people in charge grind that out of us or cause us to step down and step on our psychic gifts because, well, that's not real. You're just making that up. This chair is real. Here's another spoiler alert. No, it isn't. Everything is made up of atoms and molecules, and they're mostly space. This is all an illusion that we're living in. So the things that we think are solid and are real are stuff that we've all agreed collectively that are. So I would know stuff. I would have deja vu moments. But I would have, well, I don't know what that was all growing up. And I learned to stay, maybe better. This stuff is better not talked about. So in January 3rd, 1990, my first wife died of cancer. So it's going to be 35 years. And I was her caregiver for the last months of her life. And it was the single hardest thing I have ever done in my life. And I remember I was working for the sheriff's office then. And she was in the hospital, we thought she was going to pass, and she didn't. She rallied around. And I'm sitting in the waiting room at Tall Forest Hospital in Truckee with one of my best friends in the world, the one I have known all of her life, because I'm older than she is. We grew up just half a block from each other, and the woman from hospice, and they're saying, you have got to be your caregiver, and I'm just like, tears are running. And I'm like, I can't do this. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. But I did. And people showed up. Not just my friends, people that I didn't expect. People just came out of the woodwork and said, we're here to help you. So what's the lesson here? If you think you're alone in the world, you are not. If you think that you are, that you're the only one that is going through the trials and tribulations of whatever, you are not. And when you open yourself up for this help, people that you don't even expect will come in and help you out. It was amazing. And it's the only way I got through it. And then we fast forward a few months, and it's on New Year's Day in 1990, and the hospice nurse comes because she was coming every day then and said, it's time. She's got to go into the hospital. She needs 24-hour care. It's almost time for her to pass, and you can't do this anymore. And I was getting like maybe a whole hour of sleep a day, and I'm like, I can do this. I can do this. Made the shift. And it was, while it was the most difficult thing I'd ever done, it was the most profound gift that I had. And so a couple of years later, meanwhile, another very dear friend of mine had been working on herself spiritually and psychically for about the last 4 or 5 years and talking to me about this stuff. And so she was the woo-woo one, and I was the person grounded in reality here, you know. And I figured out whatever I had been doing in my life wasn't working. Maybe I could give this stuff a try. I was in Mount Shasta, California. I was up there at my mom family still lived in Dunsmere. Was in a bookstore, and here on the wall was a poster of a woman who looked very, very familiar. It said, "Transform Your Life, Weekend Workshops in Mount Shasta." So I wrote the information down. This is pre-cell phone camera days. Wrote the information down. Actually, what I did is I pulled the poster off the wall, and when I went back to Truckee, I just sat down and wrote her a check and said, "Okay, I'm coming." Get a phone call from her. What do you think this is going to be about? What do you expect? I don't have the slightest idea. I've never done anything like this. I prefer. So I went to that workshop. It was 2 days. It was only 2 days, but it was fascinating. And I wanted some more. But it was scary. I'm stepping off the cliff. I'm going to try and walk on water without even knowing where the rocks are. Courage, as my teacher Almeen tells us, is moving forward without knowing what the truth of our next step is. What does that mean? That means getting out of our comfort zone, right? Knowing that, because here's the path we've been walking, and we know where it goes. It's pretty well worn, and so there's a nice groove there. We can follow our own footsteps. But if we take, is there a path here? It's not that I'm taking a different path. You know, 2 paths in the woods, and I took the one less traveled by. Well, that wasn't even one that I saw a path. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna just take a step here. So not knowing the truth of our next step, because I didn't know what was going to go on. And it was scary stuff. And I'm going to share deep things. Whoa. And so it was so powerful for me, though, that I went back a few months later, about this time of year. It was in the fall. It was the second workshop. You think the first one was scary. Now, I did know what's coming. Uh-oh. And my friend, this woman, was going to come with me. Whoa. Okay, it's kind of one thing. We can all sit in a circle, right? We can go to a seminar where the people that we're with, we don't know. And be seen again. Okay? Take your best friend, and now you're going to open yourself up. They're going to get a real peek behind the green curtain. And if she sees what all this muck and yuck and icky stuff that's in here, how's that going to affect us? We're still friends to this day. Very dear friends, very close friends. And we help each other in our psychic and spiritual growth. So this stuff is scary, folks. But things don't happen unless we step out of our comfort zone. We don't get growth, we don't get change. We're not going to change our lives until we change our habits. And that requires us to step out of our comfort zone. And because I'm paying attention, because I'm paying attention to what I eat, I'm paying attention to what kind of sugar I put in my body, and paying less attention than I need to exercise or whatever, but I have lost 40 pounds in the last 10 months. And I'm continuing to drop. A little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. Do I like it? No. But the change, but I'm healthier and I have more energy. When I stepped out and decided to go to massage school. So, this is in 1992. 1 year later, I come out of a year and a half assignment to a DEA North Lake Tahoe Drug Task Force, my second. And I take 6 weeks off, and I went to Phillips School of Massage to become a massage therapist. Ooh. Because, there's only 2 reasons I put my hands on people. One of them was to take them to jail. But I had been getting routine body work. Now, okay. Here's how we switch off reality, okay? I had been getting, from the time that I started studying with Nora and Mount Shasta, I started getting routine body work. This wonderful woman in Truckee opened her house up and had several massage therapists who had gone to Phillips School of Massage. That's how I found out about it. And I'm getting body work. So I decided, let's go to massage school. So I go to massage school, and it's the 3rd day in, and we've been doing a lot of talking and some techniques and things like that. And we sit around in our circle, and to pass a talking stick, and Judy says, okay, tomorrow we begin working with oil. Well, okay. That happened because, hey, it's... So that means that you have to get undressed. There are 35 of us in the class. There's 5 guys. Now, who wants to get in a car and drive 100 miles an hour to a gunfight? There's 20 or 30 people fighting outside a local saloon on a Saturday afternoon. Oh, by the way, one backup's been blocked by the train because there's just you and one other person, and your other backup is like one's 10 miles west and the other's 10 miles east. Who wants to do that? I'm your Huckleberry. Get undressed in front of 30 women? In which instance was I more likely to die? Yeah. Yeah, they're right. The gunfight. Oh, hello. But I overcame that fear. And I learned, and one of the things that I learned is that, nobody was paying any attention to me. Everybody's trying to remember what the technique is they were supposed to be learned, or if you were the first on the table, get out of massage land and try and remember the technique. And that everybody's beautiful. Everybody is beautiful in its own way. So that's how I got to be where I am. And after I retired, I began studying with Almeen in Newport, Oregon. Studied with her for 4 or 5 years. I studied with Judy at massage school for about 4 years. Because after I graduated, I became a student assistant. That's where I got my little massage pen here for being a student assistant. Until I got as much spiritually out of that as I could. So that led me to doing these sorts of things. I had a dear friend who was one of my student assistants in my class, kept saying, you've got gifts, you need to bring this stuff to these fairs. So once again, got to step out of my comfort zone and start doing fairs. Well, I started really slow. I started just doing the Nevada City Psychic Fair. They do that once a year. Not so bad. Nobody's throwing rocks at me. Nobody's running screaming from the table or any of that sort of stuff. So I did that for a few years, and then I started learning from the folks about these other shows and started to get on the circuit and expand. And at each time, there's a little discomfort as we're trying something new. And I'm still continuing to work on stuff. I'm still trying to learn stuff that I don't know. Because quite frankly, again, if we don't change our habits and we don't change our patterns, we're not going to change our lives. And it's comfortable. I'd reached a level and I was pretty comfortable. Except that my practice wasn't doing what I wanted it to do. Oh, so that means I've got to start doing other things, like talking to people. So I'm developing that too. So, and here we are. So, and you're here because you have questions. Who doesn't have questions, right? I mean, who doesn't have some questions or some worries or some concerns about, am I in the right relationship? My relationship seems to be stagnant. What's the next step? Am I doing what I am supposed to be doing in life? What is my purpose here? Am I in my right livelihood? Am I in my right employment? Am I even living in the right place? Because see, change your location, you change your destiny. I could have stayed in the town that I grew up in, like my brother, and went to work for the railroad. Just kill me now. My brother lived his life dream. His dream was to go to work for the railroad, like my dad did, like my granddad did, one of my uncles, and get married and raise his family. And he's living the dream, I'm telling you. That wasn't my dream. I could have stayed with the Forest Service. Would I have eventually found myself doing this stuff? Maybe, maybe not. But my life purpose is to help people and to be of service. So I was of service. I received an invitation to apply for the U.S. Military Academy at West Point between my junior and senior years of high school. And the powers that be said, you know, hey, if you want to go to the military academy, fill it out, you'll get the appointment. What would my life have been? Well, the thing about it is when that came in 1968, guess what was going on? Yeah, our little excursion into Southeast Asia. And I wanted no part of that. Part of me kind of did, but the rest of me did. 1971, I had a choice. I was walking across campus, Chico State, and here's a military recruiter from the Army. Oh, you got 2 years of college. We can make you a warrant officer pilot. You can fly helicopters. Now, flying helicopters sounds like fun because I like flying in helicopters. I really like flying in helicopters. Only one problem. We're sending helicopter pilots to Vietnam where people were shooting at you, and I wanted, again, no part of it. What would my life have been if I had taken some of those challenges? If I had gone to San Fernando Valley and lived with my aunt and went to San Fernando Valley State College. Very different from what I did. Okay, so why am I here? I'm here to talk to you about, and that's about enough about me. Anyway, getting answers to your life questions, which is what I do. We all have a team of guides and angels. We come in with a team of guardian angels that stay with us through our whole life. We have guides that switch out through the various stages of our life because we need different guidance at different stages of our life. But these are all folks that are here to make sure that we are living our best life, that we are being the best that we can be, that the lessons that we came down here to learn, we learn in as gentle a way as we possibly can. Some of us got to do it the hard way, but we don't have to. So how do we know how to do these sorts of things? Well, you come see people like me and you get readings. And the cards will tell you what it is that's going on, what is maybe stopping you before, what's happening with you now, and what is the likely outcome if you make the changes. Now, these are a snapshot in time. And as you make the changes, the energies change around you. We have free will. Now, the cards can say, here's what you need to do, and you can decide, that's not for me. Okay. Then you keep down the same old path. And that's all right. You have the free will to do that sort of stuff. But if you want to make change, then it's people like me that can help you out. I don't know how to start. Okay, well, I have an introductory package that I offer for today and tomorrow only. That is pretty steep discount. I have ways that I have 6-month and 12-month packages. You can get readings every month or for 6 months or 12 months, just to see what's going on. And part of that includes what I call Oracle Urgent Care. So if you sign up for one of these packages, then you get 90 days, 180 days, 1 year of just brush my teeth now, I can't do a thing with them. Oracle Urgent Care, in which you can or call me at any time. Now, if I'm busy, I might not be able to pick up the phone right then, but I'll get back to you and answer any of your questions. We can go through any of your crises or things like that. Okay, so, all right, buddy, how does this really work? Well, let's have a little demonstration. Pick a card, pick a card, any card. Just okay. You know, our perceptions are driven by our realities, right? The way we see things, driven by our experiences. So I wander in here to check this room out because that's one of the things that I do. And again, that's part of my previous training. Hey, let's see where we are. Let's check out, so that I know what it looks like. So I come in here. This stuff isn't set up. The stands are set up, and I look at the stand here, and I think, whoa. Cool. They're using a music stand. Because I have a music stand that looks exactly like this, except with a few less of these adjustments. Why? Because I'm aspiring to be a starving musician. You know, I've played music from 5th grade all the way through. And then I come in here and it's like, look at this a little differently. And no, it's a laptop stand. But so, again, we are seeing what we want to see, but then when we stop and maybe examine something a little differently, it's like, oh, well, it's different. It's kind of the same idea, but it's a little different. And so as we change our perception, it begins to change how we see life. Ooh. So this card is the Ravine Feeling deck. What do you seek? What do you seek? Now, these cards will be individual to the people that drew them, but they also, because we're in this group energy, are questions and messages for all of us. So what do you seek? Why are you here? This is really, really powerful. Not just for those of you here sitting listening to me flap my gums. Why'd you come to this fair? What do you seek? What in your life isn't working for you? Or everything's working, but you're kind of at that stagnant stage. What are you really seeking? Inner peace. $1 million. What do you seek brings with it another question. What is blocking you? Do you see yourself as not worthy? Do you see yourself as not worthy of the abundance? Well, but you are. Because abundance in relationship and money, in right livelihood, everything, abundant is just energy, and energy is infinite. So more for you isn't less for me or anyone else. You got here, sir. Oh, and for those of you watching at home, this was the first card. And the second card is raise them up. Raise them up. And get this wonderful woman and a little purple dragon here on this card. So raise them up. What are you raising up? Raise up your expectations. Raise up your quality of life. Raise up those who are around you. Your children, your grandchildren, your co-workers, your friends. How? By embracing yourself in your life. By living the best life, you become a way shower. Raise people up by contributing something to them. Contribute to your favorite charity. If somebody's asking for money, give them some money. Because maybe that's what they need. Well, you know what? Well, we have $1. Well, what's the power of $1? There's 36 million people in the state of California. If all of them contributed $1, that's $36 million. I dig it. Okay, even if only half of them, well, okay, that's $13 million. It's a quarter. Well, that's $6.5 million. Hey, that's the power, and you don't know when what you give is going to be the thing that changes that person's life. You know, I was driving out of here, and there was a person. Yesterday, I was on my way to the store. He's raising funds to distribute to the Native American tribe. So something said, just turn around and give this guy money. So I turned around, parked behind him, and I gave him the donation. When I came back from the store, not a half hour later, gone. So the action that was in that moment to share my abundance. It's the act of sharing the abundance. It doesn't matter what the amount is. Now, is he gone on someplace else? Did he really exist? I don't know. But I know that in that moment, I took the action that was necessary that came to me. Because, you know, had I not, well, would he have been back there? Or would I had another opportunity or not? Okay, so we have an owl here with a kind of a dragon or snake tail and some antlers. That's cool. The keys to wisdom has a key in it. Owls are seen to be wise. What is the key to wisdom? The key to wisdom is within yourself. How do you unlock that? You unlock that through meditation and doing your full moon ceremonies and sitting really quiet. Because the things that you want and the way to go about them are all within you. You have this knowledge. You just have to find the key and unlock it. And so, part of that is coming here and listening to people like me, to getting readings which will give you some guidance, to meditating, praying, sitting in the quiet time, whacking the ego over the head with a tire iron, duct taping him up and stuffing him in the trunk for a while so you can listen to this little voice, your intuition. Because that's your team of guides and angels trying to communicate with you and lead you on. And it will never lead you astray. Never. Ego mind, yeah. You're like, oh, well, you know, I'm down to shiny things. Maybe I'll go over here because this will be easier. It'll be easier for me to get down this YouTube rabbit hole listening to all this other stuff than to do the work that I know that I really need to do. Work on my website, develop my business plan, you know, work on my card reading skills. All the stuff that we don't want to do because you work to our shadow. We all have a shadow side. Feel those feelings. Get those feelings of inadequacy, of hurt, of anger, of jealousy, of betrayal that have been with us, that we've been stuffing down, because we're good little boys and girls. Because isn't that what we're supposed to be? And if we're good little boys and girls, we will be rewarded. Except guess what? You know, hey, yes, look at all this thing I'm doing for you. Okay, I do something else. All right, well, I did that. Okay. And you notice that the person you're trying to please, yeah, but I've got one other thing. And so here's the other key to wisdom, is be who you are. Step into your power as the strong, powerful, beautiful people that you are. Without apology, be you. The time to be good little boys and girls, over. We are in the midst of a cultural and social and spiritual revolution. Right now, today, that makes the 60s look like a Sunday walk in the park. How do I know? Because I lived through the 60s. Yeah, that was when I came of age. We had war, we had women's rights issues, we had civil rights, all of those sorts of things. And what are we dealing with today again? Oh yeah, all that stuff except writ larger. So, yeah, I got Spider here with the eye, with the all-seeing eye, the third eye. Weave your reality. Very, very powerful card. Very, very powerful. Because we really do make our own reality. With our thoughts and with the way we speak to ourselves, words have power. So stop telling yourself you're not good enough. Forgive yourself for those things that you did in the past. They're not mistakes. They're learning opportunities. See how that shifts it? It's not mistakes. It's a learning opportunity.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective those spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and A.J. Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy that we will explore together throughout this series. Discover light language dialects, ways to work with light language for healing and ascension, and use light language to activate and awaken amazing potential within you. Get ready to expand and deepen your understanding and receive powerful light language channelings. Join me, Jackie Laraher, the Tigress of the Light, as we explore light language and ascension codes together to awaken, heal, and ascend.
What is enlightenment? How do we get there? Is enlightenment possible for someone like you or me? For most of my life, I thought enlightenment was only reserved for a few chosen ones. But we no longer live in a world where we have to cut ourselves off and retreat to a mountaintop cave to reach nirvana. Enlightenment is within our reach in the here and now, and there are infinite ways to get there. Join me as I sit down with the leading spiritual teachers of our time to dive into and explore the enlightenment experience. Together, we discuss how enlightenment is our collective journey at this time of humanity's evolution, and we explore tools, tips, and practices to support us on our own personal enlightenment journey. Each one of us can experience enlightenment in the midst of our human experience, and it is our divine birthright to do so.
Yeah, I know exactly what that is. Yeah.
I'm Jared. I'm a medium. I always say medium just means middleman. I try to take what I get from spirit and pass it on to you without mixing it with my own thoughts, my own ideas, and letting my own ego get in the way. I just felt her say, I can smile now because I'm not in pain. The truth is that I don't have some magic gift. It's just communicating with spirit.
And it was very accurate. I didn't think my grandma would come through, but I know she's always really close to me.
All those things came through and he was just like, boom, boom, boom. And it was.
So he did struggle.
Just a tiny bit, but that tells you somebody's real.
The truth is that I'm just a construction worker. I'm not some guru. Spirit said to me, you need to teach these people that this is something that they can use in their everyday life. The minute I let my ego go too far and it gets too big and I start taking credit for this work, then spirit takes this away from me. I have to keep my ego the right size. I call it medium-sized ego.
By coming together, we can create quantum magic that boosts each one of us and actually contributes to the healing of all life on our planet. The purpose of this TV show is to inspire you, inform you, entertain you, and awaken you to the love and power of your true quantum self. You see, you are a vital part of the healing of our planet. Come as you are. Come with your light, your curiosity, and your desire for freedom and awakening. And also come with your deep pains and struggles, because those are welcome here as well. Now, by participating in this show, you can receive quantum energy activations. A quantum activation is a download of light and grace that takes you within yourself and helps trigger spontaneous healings or awakenings. As more and more of us awaken our superpowers and play our part in this cosmic symphony, we co-create a powerful, gorgeous sound that rocks this world and transforms us. This is what will save our planet. I'm delighted to be your guide on this journey of awakening to the amazing truth of who you really are.
Mediumship to me is very personal. It is something that I was born able to do but didn't realize it. So when I had a true root awakening, I was opened up to my abilities.
Entities or spiritual energy, they appear, they present themselves when the person who's seeking them is open to them.
I am feeling, oh my gosh, so much love from a grandmother energy coming in for you.
Yeah, I get goosebumps when you're saying that.
The Spirit's like, and she wants to know she's okay.
Yes.
Yes, everything happens for you, not to you.
Everybody can do this. Everybody can connect to the other side. We can all share moments with our loved ones in spirit. And I'm here to take you on that journey. I am here to show you that yes, you can medium and you can medium well.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome and blessings. I am Tangela. I'm the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our beautiful friends and SoulSearch family joining us live here today at the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. And welcome to our friends and family on the live stream as well. And thank you for joining us for this beautiful Reiki infused guided meditation and sound healing that will be shared with us by Jeff Sarah. Jeff is a Reiki master, a self-development sensei, and also he is focused on healing the physical body, emotional state, and mental well-being. And he does this through his Reiki work, energy healing, as well as guiding you through a self-discovery journey to achieve self-mastery. And we have Erin here as well, and I'm going to allow Erin to introduce herself and what she'll be sharing, as well as Jeff's dear friend, Hugo. So thank you to Jeff, Erin, and Hugo for being here. Thank you to all of you for joining us at SoulSearch. Stay connected with us. Join our Facebook group, and we'll be in San Rafael next weekend as well. So if you can, come see us there. And thank you all, and thank you, Jeff, Erin, and Hugo.
Thanks, Angela. Hi, everyone. My name is Erin Sullivan. I am the owner of Mosaic Mandala. We have Reiki-infused crystals. I myself am also a Reiki master. This is our right on the inside. And I am here to offer Reiki with the partnered offering of the Sound Bowl experience today.
This is Hugo. I'm a sound healer. I perform sound journeys. It's a very old ancient shamanic ritual, but I kind of twisted the electronic sounds, synthesizers, and the gongs, and all the other sounds that I could collect. What I do is, during the journey, I would like to take people to different places by my own recordings while I was doing walking in the nature, the hike, the oceans. So I sample my own sounds to push you into different places so that we can move the energy within yourself to find the healing place. So that's what I do. I'm also a clairvoyant and a tuning fork therapist. So I work with tuning forks one-on-one. I am a sound guy because I can understand the sounds better when I run the tuning forks on top of the people. It creates for me a better space. So that's where I found my flow, to be able to create a space for anyone to heal. So that's what I offer. I'm also a musician for over 10 years now.
Right, so we're going to start off with the mudra. Mudras are what we do with the hands. We
meditate. One example is you go into prayer hands, and you bring your index finger and middle finger down, and then tuck your thumb inside. Take a deep breath. You'll notice you can breathe a little bit deeper. You separate it, it goes back to normal. This is just one example. The fingers are actually like a circuit board for the body. When you make these various connections, it can support with various things. So today, I'd like to share with you the Apana Mudra. And that's where you connect your thumb, middle finger, and ring finger together. And this supports with removing toxins from your body, finding inner balance and confidence. It also supports with gas, constipation, diabetes, lack of sweat, kidney stones, dental pain, and high blood pressure. And the second one is the Dhyana Mudra. And this is simply where you take your right hand, lay it over the left, and then connect your thumbs. This one supports with stress and mental pressure, as well as supporting with healing past wounds, awakening the conscious, and deepening your concentration. So feel free to cycle through those, whatever serves you today. I'll invite you all to take a deep breath in. Let it go. And just gently close your eyes, putting down the worries of the day, anything you were doing before this, anything you may need to do afterwards. Take another deep breath in, letting it go. Bringing to mind anything you're celebrating, anything that's going well, anything you're grateful for. One more deep breath in. Let it go. Bringing your awareness down to your hips. Connecting to your root chakra, the base of your spine. Envisioning an energetic red cord extending from your tailbone, sending it deep to the earth, anchoring it to the core, allowing it to ground you into your physical body, present moment, here and now. Setting in mind an intention for yourself to begin our journey for deeper healing, insight, focus.
Connect to your intention for today. Becoming aware of anywhere in your body, of any tension, discomfort. Body is capable of its own healing and recovery. By bringing focus to any area, you can direct nutrients, resources there to support your own healing. Allowing the sounds to wash over you, support that process. breath. Slowing down, pace. Inhale, exhale. I need to drop in just a little bit deeper. Slow your breathing. Focusing in on your attention once again. It is that you would like to heal, elevate. Inviting you to take a deep breath in, let it go. Your fingers, gentle wiggle. Toes, little wiggle. Gently roll your head from side to side. The breeze against your skin. Slowly and gently begin to bring yourself back into your physical body. Taking your time. Whenever you're ready, open your eyes. Thank you all for joining us today. I highly encourage you to visit Aaron's booth right beside here. We also have a Reiki booth. If you're interested in more meditation, I do guided meditations every Monday night and Friday afternoon virtually. Hugo does sound baths pretty regularly, almost once a week. Yeah. At a healing place in South San Jose. Encourage any of you to connect with us if you have any other questions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and want to welcome all of you to the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. I hope you all have been having a wonderful time here. We love gathering together live and in person with our SoulSearch family. And of course, welcome and thank you for joining to everyone tuning in on our live stream on YouTube. And we do these every month all over the Bay Area. We'll actually be in San Rafael next weekend. So if you'd like to have more of SoulSearch, you can come join us there as well. And we have an incredible weekend of amazing speakers like we have here, Annie Bachelor. So definitely we want you to stay all day, come back tomorrow and stay connected with us. Join our Facebook group and of course, tune in to SoulSearch TV. And so I'm excited to be introducing Reverend Annie Bachelor. She is a gifted channel, psychic, medium, and healer. She has over 30 years of experience dedicating her life to helping people reunify with their soul and the divine. Annie's natural psychic ability has been enhanced by teaching Awakening Your Light Body, Channeling 101, and how to read the Akashic Records. Through these spiritual practices, Annie has made peace with her own painful life experiences, including being disabled with multiple sclerosis for 10 years. Wow, that's really intense. Multiple tubal pregnancies, a miscarriage, and having to give back an adopted newborn to the birth family. Annie's spirit guides channeled the book, Bringing Forth Soul Consciousness, an Akashic Records Guide to Living a Fulfilled Life. And so she has the book here, and she'll be talking to all of us about how we can bring forth our soul consciousness by tapping into the Akashic Records and tapping into the divine. So thank you so much, Annie, for being here with us.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Hi, everybody. I'm Annie, if you haven't figured that out yet. My website's anniechannels.com, and I'm Annie Batchelder, psychic and channel on the YouTube, I guess it is. Maybe it's got a reverend in front of it. That was added later. Anyhow, who thinks that knowing about your soul is important? Yeah. You guys, I think, and you are the people with a lot of lines of light going from your soul chakra to yourself. So your soul is aware of your interest. And even if you're not aware of your soul's interest in you, you can be, and you can get the advantage of that. When I first started channeling in 1988, I had to learn to channel so I could be in this class called Awakening Your Light Body. The prerequisite was you had to channel, and I was like, I don't know how, but I'm going to be in this class. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to rack my credit cards to do it, and I don't remember going to be in this. And it was one of those situations, and I'm really glad I did the class. So I started channeling my guide Anubis, and when I asked Anubis what was Anubis's higher purpose of working with me, he was said, our shared higher purpose is reconnecting the human with their soul and with the divine. And it was like, okay, so I'm like barely 30. I'm pretty much 3/4 crazy, barefoot, running around, little hippie girl, kind of trying to make sense of life. And so I didn't really know that it had a soul. Where could you find it? Did it come in, what do you do when you find it, and all that kind of stuff. And I certainly had no idea what my higher purpose was. Like, it seemed like to blindly run into walls until you bump in there, and then you go that direction, and then you run into that wall and you go in that direction. It seemed like that. Anyway, not very orderly and not very conscious. Of course, now it's like I look in one day at a time. Okay, what do you really want me to do today? And then I do that, or what's the approach today? What's the energy of today? Okay, I go with that. And so channeling and doing channeled readings was a lot about going through each one of the chakras and getting the information from there. And Anubis was fabulous at drawing out this information for these people. And it was amazing. And I'm sitting there channeling with my eyes closed. My arms are waving around, moving the energy. And I would be in that state for, an hour, 45 minutes or 2 hours or something like that. And then when I learned to read the Akashic Records, the teacher I had, Linda Howe, she says, I know you're a channel, but you got to, eyeball to eyeball here. You got to create relationship. And I'm like, okay. Well, I just have to close my eyes, go get the information and come back, like that. And so it's just been a process, learning all along. So the Akashic Records, there's some very, very basic things about the Akashic Records that are important to know. First off, you do not have to be a psychic, spiritual savant to open your Akashic Records and get really good information from them. It's a simple process. I teach you in my book in chapter 2 how to open your records, the prayer that goes with it, how to close your records with a prayer, because that sets a beautiful container, spiritual container. And that container feels safe. That container feels sacred. And that container becomes like a great place to go for comfort and information. Now, the Akashic Records are a soul level plane of consciousness that are extremely sensitive, highly sensitive. And so anything that a person has ever thought, said, or done, or a soul has ever thought, said, or done, is recorded in the Akashic Records. It's not the list of your book of bad judgment things, I should have never, if I hadn't done that, if I should have picked the other guy, whatever. It's not that. It's not a list of your wrongs or who you killed or anything like that. Although past life information is really easy to get in the Akashic Records if it will help you grow, if it will help you evolve, if it will help you become closer to your soul and to the divine. The Akashic Records are energy first, information second. So sometimes I open my Akashic Records just to be in that energy. I have to shut my mind up a little bit. Too busy and wants to talk and wants to know, no, give me, and just be in the energy. But there are times when I've been open my records and it's the most beautiful, restful thing I can imagine. And it wasn't really about well, when you had this past life, you had this experience that had shaped your relationship to money and men and this, and like it's not always that. However, that information has come through. And I've asked wild questions in my records like, okay, what is it about me and butter? I mean, I'm really happy if in a closet with a cube of butter, maybe a shaker of salt by myself, eat the whole thing, no bread, no nothing, just the butter. And I was like, I was feeling guilty and like wrong about liking butter. And so I asked, what's the truth about me and butter? Which is a great way to phrase a question when you're in your records. What's the truth about me and so first thing I get this beautiful picture of a cow with white with black spots, and I burst into tears. And it was like, oh, I remember this. I was an orphan, and all I had was this cow. My parents had died, my siblings were dead. I had this cow. I think I was about 10 or something like that. Dirty little white dress. I'm wandering around with this cow. And I would give milk to the neighbors. I would, make cheese. I'd make butter. This cow kept me warm in the winter. Like this cow had kept me alive. And it was that link that just made so much sense. Even now when I'm talking about it, my crown chakra is just buzzing. Like that be true. That be true. I also found out, okay, like she said in the intro, I had 3 tubal pregnancies and miscarriage, and then, obviously I can't have my own children, so me and my first husband decided we'll adopt. Well, we found this cranky, emancipated minor and her 18-year-old boyfriend, and she was pregnant, and they were looking to have somebody adopt the baby. And so I was like, this is the last baby on earth for me. And I'm, even though the attorney said, I wouldn't do this adoption with her. She doesn't seem like a good candidate and, like that. When I looked at why I had 3 tubal pregnancies and miscarriage, and I had to get the baby back after I had this newborn that I brought home from the hospital, for like 28 days. It's like, what's with that? They were like, well, with this particular family, you signed up when you were a soul, and they were planning out their lives, and you were participating with them. And they said, we need somebody to do this thing with us so we can do the family racket, repeat the family history. This young girl who was 15, she was raised by her grandmother. And because her mother, for some reason, couldn't pay attention, wasn't present, wasn't interested, something like that. So what really was happening is this little 15-year-old didn't want the baby back. Her mom wanted it back so she could do a do-over. And it was nothing more than that. I played my part. Broke my heart. Mind you, I'd never have chosen to do that again. And, but I signed up, oh, sure, I'll do that. Like, ignoramus. Who knows what consequences there are to some of our actions, right? And, but it also was an illustration of sometimes we play our part in people's dramas. We just say, okay, I'll play that part. Like, I think I remember doing a reading for myself in the Akashic Records, and I said, well, why did I need this person to be a bad guy in my life? And the message that I got from my guides in the Akashic Records, who are known as the masters, teachers, and loved ones, and I'll explain that in just a sec. They said, this person loved you so much that when you were planning this lifetime and you said, I need somebody to play the bad guy, they said, if it's really important to you, I love you enough that I'll make this happen. I'll play my in your life. And it's not like we're getting even, I killed him, so he kills me, like it's not that. It's literally so we can play out the drama and learn to have the feelings and grow and decide to have a great life anyway, you know? And it was interesting going back and looking at my illness history. I had multiple sclerosis from 1990 to my last exacerbation was in 2010. And I had to be taught to walk again. This arm was useless for a couple of months, so my writing is awful. and but in every other way, it works. I can still gesticulate all I want with it. Anyway, and then it made me go back and track illness through my entire life. And the Akashic Records, my guides in the Akashic Records took me through every illness in my life. And we went through like 43 or 44 instances from as far back as I could remember, the earache when I was 3. Why was I having bronchitis all the time in 5th grade? What was the spiritual nudge? That was my question. Like, how there's a spiritual nudge about this? Because in my world, we have illnesses and injuries because it's a spiritual fulfillment of something. And like when I was in 5th grade and I had bronchitis, it was like, I didn't want to go to school and have to live up to my potential. I had a teacher that really wouldn't put up with me just giving half-assed homework, and she'd write my papers like, you could do better than this. I'd run up the bathroom crying and freaking out. Wish she wants more for me, which was good. She got that tap running, and it was a good thing for me, even though I was walking. But for me, having a huge amount of mucus and cough and all this stuff and being messy and being able to watch as much TV as I wanted to, because my mother said I could only watch half an hour a day, was worth it. So it was like, it just made so much sense. It wasn't about germs. It wasn't about you're getting this from your other students or what. It wasn't about that. There was a spiritual reason. I was getting a payoff. And I have been like that in my life. There are periods of time when I just have to go down. I got to go inward. I got to just not be putting out. And I went through all of these things, and like the 3 tubal pregnancies and the miscarriage and the losing the baby, that was also about, bringing me down to right size. I was a little arrogant in my 20s. If you would only think better, you wouldn't have whatever your disease is. And it was like, I look back and I want to find that woman and go, I'm such an ass. I would beg your forgiveness. I was so unconscious and I was so uncaring and I was so insensitive. It didn't acknowledge at all what she was going through. And I just bless her. I bless her. And like that kind of stuff. Like it developed compassion in me. It gave me some humility. It took a little doing. Like when I couldn't drive, I had to be on the phone calling people. Well, I need a ride. What are you doing Thursday morning? I need a ride to physical therapy. And then I got to do occupational therapy after physical therapy. And then I need a ride home. And I live way the heck up on this hill. And there's a dirt road. And then you're at the house I'm staying in. It's my mom's. Anyway, it was a whole thing. And I had to be, as my best friend put it, you just have to be someone people want to get to. And that was really good advice, So I just had to reach out and ask for what I needed. And it was surprising who stepped up. People I would not have expected and people that I would have expected didn't. But you know what? I got taken care of. It all worked out. So the Akashic Records are spiritual, not psychic. So you get to go in your Akashic Records and find out what your soul has in mind for you. Like, what's the deal? Why did you put me in sales, like, for that amount of time? And then finally I went to being a secretary, and I was like, that's much better. I used to play secretary all the time when I was a kid. You know, I would recorrect my father's math class things, and I had no idea what it was. It's like geometry and stuff like that. But, you know, write little red notes on the papers and stuff like that. Just, you know, pretend. And it turns out I'm really good at being a secretary. Like, that side of me is good. And that means I can be a good bookkeeper and a good tracker of my information now that I'm self-employed for so many years. Anyhow, that's why my soul had me do that stuff, is get the groundwork, get the skills. These skills were going to be necessary for later. And, you know, it's surprising what it takes. I would have thought I would get all of my mother's skills about being an organic gardener and, you know, a composter before it was popular. I'm out there as a kid taking the coffee grounds out to the compost and like that. And, you know, anyway, so, but I didn't get any of that. It turns out it doesn't come through by osmosis. You have to study. Dagnabbit. So what else do I need to tell you? I'm gonna look on page 12, because that's chapter 2, and there's so much information about the Akashic records in here that you need to know. Okay. 3 principles govern the Akashic records: judge not, fear not, and resist not. Now, when you take those 3 things out of the picture, then there's none of that, well, Annie, you know better than that, or you should have, well, if only, you know, if you were paying attention. You know, there's no judgment, there's no condescension, there's no, there's none of that irritating stuff that my mind will do to me. Like, sometimes when my mind's on a rampage, it'll pick at me and be really overly critical, which is also when I know I need to get my neck adjusted, because that means my atlas is out of alignment. You adjust my atlas and those thoughts vanish. By the way, very nice little thing. Okay, so the Akashic, so fear not, judge not, and resist not mean there's a lot of room to inquire, to learn, to study. Like, okay, I signed up for a writing class in April of 2019, and I was going to write really good copy, so you will all come to me for lots and lots of readings, and I will make lots of money. I get to the writing class, and the first day of writing, I'm channeling the first chapter of this book, the intro from the Akashic Beings of Light. And I'm like, book? Nobody said anything about a book ever. Nobody told me. What do you mean book? And they're like, just relax, just keep typing, you know, and then they'll bring up topics like how the soul is constructed. And I'm going, listen, you know, you might want to find somebody who knows more about this, because I don't know anything. And they're like, oh, don't worry, you just type. Okay. And then there's a whole chapter 11 is how the soul is constructed. No, 7. Anyway, and there's a chapter on your spiritual heart. Wow. Your spiritual heart is like huge and powerful. Like the physical heart, you know, the physical heart, right? The heart chakra is pretty juicy. That's a pretty good place to be. Spiritual heart, fabulous. So big, has all the no judgment, no resistance, no fear in it. And you can transmit love to people. Like, to get ready for this talk, I engaged my spiritual heart, and I sent a light to all of you. And then I sent a light to all the people you know. And then I sent a light to all the people they know. And that's my marketing plan. I don't have anything you can take to the bank. But you know what? It works. And it lets me get my soul's purposes done because I want to teach you what I know here. I want to give you these tools, and they've been very, very helpful for me. So, the soul has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't. Like, so you know when I want to go fix somebody, like if I just work with them, I can fix that in them. It's so arrogant. The soul has everything it needs and nothing it doesn't, including all of its so-called problems and challenges, and all of its advantages, and all of its positives, negatives, and neutrals, whatever, you know. It can't have anything that is not needed. So it's kind of no wonder that somebody can see me coming from a mile away. You're going to try and fix me, aren't you? I don't think I want to have anything to do with you, man. Okay. You know, it could be that in the Bible, the tree of life was really, or the book of life, as it's mentioned, is about the Akashic records. And it's quite likely that Moses got the 10 Commandments from the Akashic records. And you may even have bumped into them or been led there and somewhere along the line. But isn't it nice to think that there's a way to talk to your own soul? You know? And in my experience, as we embody our soul's light, and the light is infinite and knows exactly what you need at any given moment, embodying that light, I become closer to my soul. And the soul then functions as an automatic link to the divine. So you're in, right? You're connected. Like, that's it. It's not, you don't have to put your elbow in your fourth chakra and then do 3 circles that way and say, you know, lights and incense, whatever. You know, it's not complicated. You embody your soul's light, which contains your soul's consciousness and illuminates the imprinting or the blueprint of your soul. And you get to inquire, you get to ask the tricky questions, like, why the heck, you know, why did that happen? Okay, there's some other things in here I want to make sure you understand. So the Akashic records contain everything that has ever happened, is happening now, and has the probability of happening. Now, the records are not a great divination tool, because we are creating what's going to happen every minute we're awake and active and making decisions and choosing and all that stuff. We're creating the future. And you could decide to take a different way home tonight and your life changes. In fact, my guides often say, if you want to change something in your life, start doing little things that don't scare the pants off you. Like shop at a different store, call your mother when you don't want to, go to a different coffee shop, have a different thought about money, whatever it is, try to change little things, because the personality freaks out when you say, we're going to change this. What? Just the way it is, even if it's miserable. I'm not giving up this misery because I'm certain that what's in the future is going to be worse. And most personalities kind of look at the future that way. So in the Akashic records, given all that has happened and is happening now in you, around you, in our world, whatever, there is a probability that thus and so will happen in the future. And it could be changed by the littlest thing, Let's see. Energy first, information second. And I found I kind of have a knack for this, seeing past lives. I have a knack also for doing work in real estate. Like, you can open the Akashic records of your house or your apartment or your office or the department of the business that you work in. It's like, that's really useful. that is like downright practical and applicable and handy. And you can't open the records of anybody who hasn't given their permission, including dead people. Now, going back to that phrase, masters, teachers, and loved ones. In the Akashic records, the masters are the beings of light who came to your side when the divine took a piece of her light and caused you to be a point of consciousness, and from then into a soul. And these beings of light are like your buddies. They love you. They love you, 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 they love you. And they are with you all through your journey, whether you're in an embodied life, if you're doing extra credit on Venus, studying with the who knows who, or if you sign up with the councils of light of this and so and learn from them, they're with you. If you're in between lives and you're sorting out, well, next time around, I think I'd like to include, maybe I'll have children. I don't know. Maybe I'll just skip it. It was fine to skip it. Anyway, so they're with you when you do all this stuff, or when you're sorting it out. And there's a huge cast of characters when you plan your next life. It's really kind of fun to see. For me, it looks like this. There is an big open boat with benches in it. And it's just pulled up on the side of kind of a rocky beach. And, some of the biggies are there kind of overseeing it. It could be whoever you think is a biggie, Kali or Jesus or whatever, Buddha, the divine. The Akashic beings of light, who are part of the Akashic records for us, or through my book anyway, they call the divine the great creatress. And I had to rewrite parts of the book to go to that. And it was quite interesting. And I really like it. Anyway, so they're all present, plus your masters, teachers, and loved ones. So teachers are lesson specific, and they can be ascended masters, or just they don't really care if they're if they've got any street cred, or they've got a CV that you like, a resume that checks off with you. They can be just really great beings that volunteer to do this work. They don't need credit. Neither do the teachers. So teachers are lesson specific. So if you need a teacher about love or money or time or art or music or it could be anything. It could be anything. You can have a teacher, and you can have several teachers. Loved ones are people you've known in this lifetime who are now dead, but they are keeping an eye on your progress because they just think you're the best. And they love you. And oftentimes, these are people that you might not have wanted looking over your shoulder, but they're different in soul form. They were playing the part that you needed to bring out some kind of quality, or so you could learn something in this particular life. We got to have the goodies and the baddies and the, oh my God, not them, in order to keep moving forward, in order to learn things like unconditional love or boundaries, or, strong arming. That's a good one if you're really afraid or really certain you don't want to have anything to do with them. But given that you got your masters, teachers, and loved ones, they can bring forth information that you need. Is there a past life associated with the issue I have around money that I can clear today? Bing! Out comes the information. And for me, it's like a movie. They show me it like the main characters, what it feels like, why this was important. If I can't seem to pin it down, I'll ask them for more information to help this past life make sense. Why are you showing me this? Why is this important? You can ask questions all day long of them. They never go, enough already, you know, they're not like your kindergarten teacher, you know. So that information is easy to get. The other thing that's really easy to work with and very pronounced, I think, in the Akashic records is being able to see how the ancestors feel about you. And, you know, like many of us have been like set up several times in the lineage. I mean, I've seen, at least in my records, every couple 100 years, 300 years or so, they go, okay, Annie will do this kind of road, bushwhacking, trailblazing, we'll have her do it. And then she can teach the ancestors. And that will help shift even the people that were behind me or are behind me. And it's very helpful. And it's with ancestors that were like, don't do that. You're gonna die, or you're gonna get us in trouble. We're not gonna be eating for weeks if you do that. Or, they've got some kind of fear-based like trauma, right? And when they're like that, it's a good time to just say, okay, listen, thanks, I get it. You're upset. It's very upsetting for you, but watch this because it's not that bad. We can do this. And, we embodied our soul's light. We get connected with the divine and we go together, and it softens their effect. And it lets them like put the reins down. If you feel like they've got a bit in your teeth and you're pulling back on the reins and like, don't do that, or you're going to get the rest of us in trouble. You can work with that kind of stuff. So I have to remind myself about the time. Let me see. Okay, we got a few more minutes. Good. So some of the chapters in this book that you might be interested in are, like I said, how the soul is constructed, following the energy. There are 40 chapters, and it's set up like a teaching manual, but there's no rush. You take as much information in and you have as many experiences as you could have. You may need time periodically to digest this. It teaches you how to open your records, and the idea is that you open your records before every chapter, and then you read the chapter because you are different. Your consciousness is different when you have your records open, when you're all lit up with your soul's light, when you are connected to the divine, when you are, aware of the great creators and your masters, teachers, and loved ones, and the love and support you're surrounded by. It gives us courage, like, I'm not doing this by myself. I can't do it by myself. It's too scary. Are you kidding? So you open your records, read the information, and then at the end of the chapter, you respond to the interactive questions about the information and write your answers. And it's a way that you teach yourself what you experienced, or remember, oh, that's right, when I asked myself that in my records, this and this and this and this happened. And it was a perspective that you probably never had about a lot of very ordinary things. Other chapters are embracing soul qualities and the great creatress, masterful manifesting. Don't we all want to know how to manifest? I mean, this is like the mystery of the modern age. How do you manifest? Everything starts as energy. So everything my teachers have ever taught me, everything I've seen, it's like, do the energy work first, because that will make a difference much more so than writing the best flyer and sending that out to everybody on the email, right? How about living as your soul? Now this one, I think there's 21 or 23 questions in that chapter. So it's like, you're going to do this one slowly, but it takes you know, how would you, living as your soul, deal with jealousy? How would you, and living as your soul, deal with comparison? How do you, as your soul, handle fear? You know, it's like, oh, that's what it means to live as your soul, because the feelings are different. The perspective is different. And if I can get a new perspective, I can change this inner workings. I can change me. I'm not going to change you. I'm not going to change. I don't want to change you guys. You have your own agenda, you know? But anyway, living as your soul is one of my favorite chapters. And I do at some point want to do a writing group, like maybe a 7-week course where we open our records and answer a couple of those questions and that sort of thing. Alternatives to worry. Healing the separation. Everybody feels a little separate from their soul and from God. And we're in our room alone by ourselves and nobody loves us. So healing the separation is kind of useful. Alternatives to worry, transitioning between states of consciousness, going south. You know, when you're just like going crazy, like you're going south. Oh, you're out the rocker. It's the guys love it when you're like that. I'm like, are you kidding me? No, I'm sorry, don't you understand? And they're like, yeah, but you're teachable. You know, I'm like, okay. You know, and so really let yourself go south, but call for help. You know, call on your masters, teachers, and loved ones. Call on your soul. Call on the divine. Help can be had. You know, even if I am in my room by myself, feeling like nobody loves me. A discussion of gender, being of service, writing your soul's divine plan. These are pretty good chapters, don't you think? Like, those are topics. And every one of them, I'm like, this is above my pay grade. I'm going to get somebody else to write this chapter. And they're like, no, just keep flow with our words. So a lot of the chapters, you could kind of feel how the guides are going, okay, we're going to calm Annie down so she can follow this hot topic, you know, and it takes a page or two to just like, get me down, remind me that I'm loved, I'm in the energy of my soul, I'm surrounded by guides, and, you know, it's going to be okay, and, you know, I'm not going to go bankrupt, or, you know, like that. So, you know, and then I can go, oh, this is a good message. So, and I did the audiobook version of this, which, by the way, is available pretty much everywhere except for Audible. The recordings weren't quite up to Audible standards, so I'm back with the engineer, and he's a little slow responding. So, but I channeled every chapter, and I did the narration in my voice because I wanted the energy of the guides who wrote the chapter to come through. My guide Anubis is there, the Akashic Beings of Light channeled a lot of the chapters, and sometimes the Great Creatress comes through, and she's like, you know, are you sure you want me to channel her? It's a big job. Like that. So let me see. We talked about the masters, teachers, and loved ones. I teach you how to open the records with a prayer. And I really think that this is a good way to do it. It kind of makes it really safe, you know, to like, there you are in your own room. I'm going to open the records. So she said, you know, but you do it. And it's surprising what comes through. Really surprising. And a lot of the information helps to remind you to feel how it feels in your body, to be in your records. How does your soul's light and consciousness feel to you today? It's probably going to be different than last Wednesday or next week. You know, we're not the same. We're not the same. Our cells are changing. The day is changing. My influences are different, you know, all of that. So let's see. What do you want me? What else do you guys have questions? I love questions. There are no dumb questions. All questions are good.
have a question.
Yes.
So there seems to be like a recurring theme about the Akashic records. So in your opinion, did you get channeled this information, or did you read from the University of Psychic People?
Well,
right?
yeah.
Where do you get some of this? Like I just recently learned about the Akashic records.
Right.
So some of the books I'm reading, they kind of say the same thing.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if you guys all attended the same university.
Well, I don't know. Other people, there are different people who teach different methods and have different perspectives. I learned during Awakening Your Light Body, this class was it's all about consciousness and energy sensing and getting as far expanded as you can and bringing it back into the world and learning how to be in the flow. That I think we went into the Akashic records in that course. There was a whole bunch of classes on that, sensing energy. And I think we opened the Akashic records, or the appearance was of like a temple with a library in it. A lot of people go, library. It's got to be a library. Got to get a book off the shelf. I have a friend who she does the records and she goes into her file folders. She's directed, okay, your file is in this file drawer about 3/4 of the way through, and she pulls, like, literally has it like that. The pictures don't matter. It's sort of like they put pictures in our head that work with our best, bring out the best information for us. It's like they have to get underneath our mind and our preconceived notions and our opinions, and get underneath my personalities. Blah, 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 mind chatter. I learned, I went to buy a couple of books for my boyfriend in 2013. It was Christmas, and he's really generous with me, and I wanted more presents put on the tree, but didn't have much money. So I went and I did the short version. It's like 5:30 at night. It's dark. I got to go home and cook dinner for us. And I just went in the spiritual section and I went, okay, which books want to come home with me? Okay, you, no, not you. Okay, you. I brought 3 books, paid for them, brought them home, wrote on the inside cover, wrapped them up, gave them to him. And in January, he starts reading this one book and he says, Annie, this one, I think you'd like this. This is right up your alley. It was How to Read the Akashic Records by Linda Howe. I was like, don't even remember buying it, right? It just sort of on that mission, and it was for him. And he's never seen it since. That book has Post-it notes, tabs, I know that information inside now. She's a very, very good teacher. And I did pretty much all her workshops. And then I got pissed off because I've been trying to make myself little Linda and realized I really didn't want to do that anymore. So I said, can I please have my own prayer, and generated my own prayer. And, did a lot of different kinds of work in the Akashic records. But she was the #1 teacher for me. I read, there are the list of books that I've read in here, and I think they're also in chapter 2. What's her name? Catherine Taylor or something or other. Maureen St. Germain. She wrote a good one. She's more about the higher self, though. It's like I didn't feel as much like she's in the records as much as she was really teaching you how to be with your higher self, which is a great thing. I tried doing soul realignment and got irritated, so I quit doing it. And because she's really, you have to do it this way, or you're, and I'm like, I don't respond to that. I'm a little more freeform. I was raised in the 60s and 70s in Marin County. And, I can't be too many rules, right? Anyway, so I read a bunch of different books. Some of them I liked, some of them I didn't like. There's one by Ikemi G, and it says Why We Are Born. And I read it the first time, and it kind of didn't make any sense. And then a couple of years later, after I was working with my own prayer and kind of authorizing myself to have my own information and my own way of doing things, her book made a lot of sense to me. So, you know, there's going to be some things in here that you go, this is nuts. I'm skipping this part, right? And that's fine. It's your discernment. I honor that. Let me give you a torch, you know? And I don't think there's one right way to do it. I think the point is you get to work in your Akashic records. And you may learn from my book, you may learn from other books, you may find a way of doing it yourself that's the best way for you. But you know, it's a matter of curiosity, and if it holds your attention, then like that. Oh, you're the next speaker, right? Yeah. Okay, sorry. I got I set a alarm. Okay, so it's 1:48, so we got 2 more minutes. Is there any other question? Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
If you could just short to the point explain how you get into the Akashic records, what does that look like exactly?
Starts with a prayer. By the power of divine light within us, come Holy Spirit, Spirit of light, Spirit of truth. And there's a bunch of lines after that. And in the middle section, you repeat 4 lines 3 times, and using your legal name, because the Akashic records are organized by your legal name. This is a very good question. Thank you. And you've got the love and participation and support of the Akashic beings of light, who are my guides in the Akashic records, your masters, teachers, and loved ones. So they're specific to you and the great creatress. And then at the end you say the records are now open. And then at the end you close them.
Right here, you're not out on a journey, you're not out somewhere looking for it.
There are 13 energetic exercises in here that use your Akashic records to take you on a journey and to give you some examples of how you can use them, like letting yourself out of judgment jail, working with your ancestors, past lives, claiming your soul. There's a couple on manifesting. One is on manifesting as your soul, like that. So you do learn how to do that as well. And I like that way of learning. I'm a champion of that way of learning, frankly. Yeah, that was a really good question. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Who's going to buy my book? It's $24, by the way. They take Venmo, Zelle, checks, cash, all pretty much everything. And if you get one with these beautiful stickers, it has a special note conjured up by yours truly. And it's an autographed copy. It's going to make it more valuable on Antiques Roadshows at some point in history. I have a booth in the main room, and psychic readings are $60, and Akashic records are $75. They're impossibly low prices. My normal prices, if you get a schedule a reading with me, it's $204. So take me up on this. Then, you know, if you have any interest at all, take me up on this, and you'll have an experience.
Do I get it from you here?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely. Let me get you a oneer, right? Let me get that.
How long are your readings?
Well, I keep it to about 30 minutes because it's a show and it's
Yeah.
you gotta make business sense.
And then normally they're how long?
When you schedule, they run a good hour. Really, a good hour. And I do them on Zoom so that we can record them, because I really think it's good to have be able to go back and listen again. And that way you can be in the experience. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Local?
I live in Nevada, up in Marin. Yeah.
I would like to have one, please.
You'd like to have one? Let me get you one that has.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I have been so.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome. And thank you for being here with us at the SoulSearch Santa Cruz Enlightenment Expo. And for those of you tuning in on the live stream, thank you for joining us. We're so excited to have you guys here connected with us, and also if you're watching the replay. And we'll be having another Enlightenment Expo just next weekend in San Rafael. So if you are in Northern Bay Area, come and join us there. And of course, stay connected with us. Join our Facebook group. And of course, watch SoulSearch TV, which is our conscious content streaming channel. And so we have amazing practitioners and healers in the main exhibit hall, as well, of course, presenting here all weekend, including our next presenter, who I'm very excited to introduce, Tara. She is the president of Enlightenment University, which was established in 2020 to help bring about earth peace and enlightenment. And she is dedicated to helping truth seekers awaken their kundalini to heal their mind, body, and soul. And Tara herself got initiated into Kundalini Kriya Yoga on October 15th, 2017. Since practicing Kriya Yoga, she's experienced the following benefits: more in tune with soul guidance, experiencing profound peace, better physical, emotional, and mental health, freedom from attachments, painful experiences lessened or eliminated, and more compassion towards others. So she really believes that Kundalini Kriya Yoga is an answer to our prayers for love, for peace, for ourselves as individuals, but also for the planet. So welcome, Tara, and thank you for sharing this beautiful teaching and modality with us.
Thank you. Thank you. My name, my master, Yogaraj Siddhana, he gave me the name Tara 2 months ago, but in the day after Guru Purnima. So it's not the name I chose, but the name I was given, because he know my mission to bring peace to the world and also to bring enlightenment. And maybe that's the reason why I was guided to establish a nonprofit called Enlightenment University. And that is to bring peace to the world. And also enlightenment means bringing in the light. And light represents love, wisdom, and truth. So if all of us practice Kriya Yoga for earth peace and enlightenment, we can change the trajectory of, our planet now. We cleanse our karma and also cleanse the world's karma. So that's why it's so important for each and every one of us to practice Kundalini Kriya Yoga. Now, Kundalini Kriya Yoga is an ancient science given to us by Maha Avatar Babaji. I forgot to bring his book, but it was brought up, made popular by Yogananda. I don't know if you guys read this book, but in it he talks about Kriya Yoga and Babaji and his mission to bring peace to the world. And as you know, saints and prophets come throughout the ages to do the divine mission work, and that is to bring peace to the world and bring love, prosperity back into the world because of so many suffering. Okay. And I actually, I'm going to sit down. I actually was not looking for Kundalini Kriya Yoga. I was guided to a Buddhist temple, and I knew I was guided there because as soon as I got there, I stepped on the parking lot and I cried like a baby. Like out of nowhere, I cried like a baby and I didn't know why. And I walked around the temple and just saw a life-size statue. And I didn't even know whose statue that was because I was raised Catholic. So I only know Mother Mary. And later I found out they are all statues of Divine Mother Kuan Yin. And I did not know this. And she is known as the goddess of compassion. And I what you call bought this book on Amazon a year before I was guided to my master. And this book talks about the Kuan Yin opens the door to the next golden age. Okay? And it says the path of mystic east and west, the world mother on love, karma, reincarnation, and the initiation of the soul. And that is what I'm here to talk to you about. Karma, love, reincarnation, and the initiation of the soul. And Kriya Yoga is actually a sacred science. It is for the initiation of the soul. And it's like initiation the soul back so that we can all return back to our true nature. And that is love, peace, and joy. And that is what an initiation also means. It's passed down from master to disciple. It's not like freely given on the internet. And the Kriya Yoga that I was blessed to practice is from Yogi Raj Satguru Siddhanath. Right now, he is a living Kriya Yoga master. And so after I did 5 months of karma yoga, I pick up trash, clean restroom, because I was working as a nurse before this. For 20 years, I worked as a nurse. And I'm like, God, I'm just talking to God. I said, God, I'm a nurse. You want me to come here and help out picking trash? You know, like I can do much more better. But, you know, for 5 months, I did what I was told by the owner. And the saying goes, when the student is ready, the teacher appear or the master appear. So 5 months after that, he sent a disciple from lived in another country to come and tell me about him and Kriya Yoga. So I actually went to India, straight to India to meet him. And I have never traveled on my own. I was really, really scared. And from the airport to the ashram, it's about 3.5 hour drive. So I was really scared to go in a taxi by myself. So I talked to God again. I said, God, I'm really scared going in a car with someone I don't even know, you know. And at the last minute, one of his disciples asked if he can carpool with me to the ashram. And he turned out to be a very tall doctor. And I'm a nurse. I'm like, oh, you know, good combination. And so he's a doctor from Canada. So when you follow your intuition, you're so guided, it just takes you to the right place. Because I resisted for 2 months going to the Buddhist temple because I was so afraid that my family would abandon me and yell at me and disown me because they're very strict Catholic. And so it took me 2 months to overcome that fear and call the owner and say, I want to come and visit the temple. but I was guided to go there and open a healing center. And when I got there, I cried like a baby and I didn't know cry. And then the owner interviewed me and she's like, what kind of healing are you going to do? I said, I don't know. And then she said, how many people do you have? You know, how many clients? I said, I don't know. And I called her and she said, I want to rent a place to open a healing center because that's what I was guided to do. So I just told her, I'm willing to rent the place, but I don't know what I'm going to do. So I'm sure she thought, I'm like the craziest woman alive, too willing to pay and rent a place without even knowing what to do. But my intuition was so strong, you know, that I believe in it. So I'm like, yes. And so she's like, put away your money, put away your checkbook, and if you volunteer here, I'll let you use the center for free. So that's what happened. For 5 months, I did karma yoga, and I was introduced to Kriya yoga, and I've been practicing it for 7 years. And I know from attending a lot of his retreats, I've heard so many miracles and stories of people who practice Kriya yoga. It brings you tremendous, tremendous benefit. So at the physical level, it helps detoxify your body and rejuvenate your body when you breathe up and down. So that in itself is a very healing technique because it has to do with prana. Prana is very, you know, you need vitality prana to heal your body. So we're using the natural healing energy to heal our body. And then at the spiritual level, when you breathe from the third eye down to the root chakra, it burns your negative, past negative karma. Because your life right now is everything, your challenges, everything is due to your karma. So if you want to better your life, you want to erase or burn away your karma. So this technique is very ancient. It's passed down from Krishna, Buddha to Jesus, and now to Hillary. And so it's an ancient science, so it's not new, and it's passed down from the solar dynasty, from Saint, you know. So it's very sacred and very precious. And then when you breathe up, you evolve your consciousness. And we are consciousness, right? Because without consciousness, we actually don't exist. We're just the body. And so as we evolve our consciousness from a level of fear, anger, greed, ego, to the level of the heart, the soul, love, peace, joy, compassion. And the highest level is unconditional love for all beings. And that is the path of a bodhisattva. And that is the path that Kuan Yin took. And that is to, and so I have to say, when you practice Kriya Yoga, you are traveling the path of love. You're transforming all your pain and suffering to love. And you're doing it because you love yourself, your true self, you love your body, you love your family, and you love the world, humanity. So as you practice it, you cleanse your mind. It's a very scientific technique to cleanse the mind so that we bring out our creativity, our love, our light, our wisdom. And you can do this. We can all do this. So it's just so important for us to practice Kriya Yoga. You can continue to practice whatever you practice, but add to it. Because this technique helps you to connect with your true self, which is love and peace and joy, and you feel like, oh, this is what life is all about. So you don't feel lost anymore. And when you attend his retreat, you just sit in his presence and your mind stops. Because our mind, we have so many thoughts. You know? And a true master can do that if you just sit in his presence. He can stop your mind. Okay? Not only can he stop your mind, he can breathe through your breath. Because the breath is something that we have all in common. Every one of us breathe, right? Even the animal. Even if you think about it, the plants and the tree, we all breathe. So that's something that we have in common. So for him, his mission, his soul cry, he said, humanity are uniting religion, breath are uniting prayer, and consciousness are uniting God. And his mission, our mission, is we the Hamsas or the soul, okay, are meditated to the furthering of human awareness, dedicated to serving humanity as our largest self, and devoted to a new life awakening for earth peace healing through self peace healing. So that is our mission, is to bring peace to the world and to serve humanity as our largest self. So what I'm doing right now is all my volunteer work. And I established the nonprofit, it's all my volunteer work. So everything is, I'm doing this to serve my largest self, which is humanity. And as you grow higher and higher, evolve your consciousness, you naturally just care more about not just your family, but the whole world. And in the beginning, before I practiced Kriya, I was just very focused on my family. But as you practice Kriya Yoga, your consciousness expand and expand to the whole family. And that's why it's such an ancient and very precious technique. Okay? And I don't know if you guys are aware, but Steve Jobs, he gave all the people who attended his funeral this book, Autobiography of a Yogi, because he knows the priceless, that Kriya Yoga is priceless, and it's a gift to humanity by Maha Avatar Babaji. And he went to leave a lasting legacy. So for me, I would like to have wings to freedom. And that is his master autobiography of a yogi. And in here, he talks about Kundalini Kriya Yoga and the path of the soul, initiation of the soul. So if I don't have an answer for you, I have limited book that I could give to you if you visit my booth, and you can read more about it. But I'm more about experience. Yeah. So, and I found this book about a couple of weeks ago. It says Kriya Yoga. It's written by one of Yogananda's disciples, and it's spiritual awakening for the new age. And you know that we are coming up to the new age. So that's why it's very important for us to practice Kriya Yoga. Okay? Let me see what my time is. Any questions so far? Good? I don't want to be the only one talking. So what happened is at 2:30, we are going to practice Kriya Yoga. And it's called the baby Kriya, the golden lotus. But for right now, if you guys have any questions, I can answer. But then the last 10-15 minutes, we're going to practice Kriya Yoga, meditate. And then at the end, I will let you know that I encourage all of you to go onto Master Siddhanath's website and check him out. And also check out when he does the Kriya Yoga initiation and empowerment. But if you cannot wait for him to offer his online Zoom class, I do teach it once a month at my nonprofit in San Jose. So right now I'm just starting out with my nonprofit. So it's in a private, it's in a home, but ultimately I know we will go bigger and bigger, and we need a bigger place. And everything starts in the home, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I left some of the flyers back there. And I am teaching it as to raise money for the Earth Peace Temple, because the Earth Peace Temple is at the Siddhanath Forest Ashram in India, and it's been damaged by the rain and the wind and all that stuff. So that's what I'm doing to raise money to fix the place. Okay. In terms of getting rid of the pain, you just have to practice Kriya Yoga, because we all go through so much pain in this life. From relationship to family to work, and even our self-sabotage, like we talk very negative about ourselves. So all of that stays inside of us. But when you practice Kriya Yoga, you will remember the experience, but the pain will not be there. So it's not like you totally forget about the experience. But the pain, when you think about it, it's not there. So that's my personal experience because, I've gone through, I escaped Vietnam in 1975 from the war, and I remember being bombed at. So, it can be traumatic. And then just going through life, relationship and husband and all that stuff, it does. It just wears you down when you have so much pain. So when you practice Kriya, you just focus in your in the spinal column. There's a Sushumna canal, and so that's when you breathe in, and it's referred to highway to heaven. Okay, so and you want to. So when you breathe out, you just do that, and ultimately your pain will lessen, and more your light will shine. You clear your mind, and more your creativity, your love, your wisdom, your truth. It's true. When it resonates with you, and so that's what we want to bring into the world. And you have to experience it in order to believe it and continue practicing it. And if you, let's say, practice this for, let's say, some spiritual experience and eventually, if it doesn't give it to you, you leave the practice. But it's all about love, transforming your pain into love. And you just do that. And that I've been doing it for 7 years. I started a nonprofit, so I have to really believe in it in order to do what I'm doing. So that's my service to humanity right now, to bring to help my master bring Kriya Yoga for healing, healing ourselves, healing the world, and for enlightenment. So when you practice Kriya Yoga, it can be for anything. Like if you want knowledge, it will give you knowledge. If you want a new job, you just have to bring your karma more and then bring out the creativity and follow your guidance. Because who knows, it will guide you to the right person to get the connection for you to get the next job. But I know that if you believe in Master Siddhanath and Kriya Yoga and just practice it because slowly, you will transform yourself into love. That is the greatest gift that you can give to the world. Your love of yourself, your family, and the community and the world. So, any questions? I'm like, they're going to give me time. So, any questions?
I've been a couple times, and I've never practiced. A couple of people have talked about these mystical experiences that they've had, and I've heard some rumors of people having some negative experiences. Yes. Can you explain that, please?
Yes, you can get negative experience. Number one, if you do not prepare your body to take in the Kundalini energy, okay? Because you have to prepare your body and mind for the divine energy, the goddess energy to awaken in you. And with the technique that we will be teaching you, the first technique that we will teach you is the Omkar Kriya. And that is a technique to cleanse and purify all your chakras. And all your chakras are connected to an organ or organs. So you need to cleanse your chakra so that it can bring balance into your life. When your life is not balanced, definitely it can create problems for you. Okay, so that's the reason why you don't want to do it just learning online. You want to do it from a living Kriya Yoga master, because if there's any problem, you have his people and him to come and help. And so you need to prepare. Like when you trying to win the gold medal, you have to prepare your body, right, to win the gold. You cannot just I'm not going for the gold. I'm going to do it. And you're just going to die. So same thing. If you don't prepare your body, take time to prepare your body to take in the Kundalini energy, then you will have help. So you can have like more what you call anxiety, more stress, and if any of the chakra is blocked, it will bring forth that problem for you to resolve. So definitely, I don't recommend for you to practice this without a living Kriya Yoga master. And that's why it's passed down from master to disciple. Yeah. So thank you for asking that. That's a very good. And actually, when I got initiated into Kriya Yoga, I didn't even know anything about Kriya Yoga. But the friend who came and told me about it, he said, we were texting. He said, I gotta go and practice my Kriya. And I didn't even know what it is, but I felt so jealous. Like, I wish I was practicing Kriya, but I didn't know. And he just said, get initiated. And I was going to wait until February when I meet him to practice, but he said, no, practice now. And then you go and get empowered by him. And that's what I learned. That's like the best method is you get the teaching by a teacher. You practice, and then when you meet him, get empowered by him, you understand you understand what he's talking, and it speed up your evolution much faster. And what else? So actually for a long time I didn't know. I just practiced it because I was really sick at that time, and I was looking for a healing technique that's very natural. And I went from like 7 to 7 specialists, and none of the doctors specialists was able to find out what was wrong with me. And so I just followed my intuition, and I actually reached out to God because the specialist could not help me. So I said, God, if you help me, I will help you. And so I was guided to a book, and it says this doctor can help remove the silver amalgam because I was very toxic to mercury because I have the teeth and enamel. I have like 12, and there are dentists that say it doesn't affect you, but personally, I have known that it affected me so much that I could not even eat vegetable soup. So I knew that if I could not eat vegetable soup, soon I was going to die. And I did tell my husband, I said, you take care of the kids. I'm ready to go. Because if I couldn't eat even vegetable soup, it's so clear. And yet I couldn't eat. But every time I even eat vegetable soup, I felt so bad. I just lie in a sofa and just like, and so I just pray and pray and pray. And so I found this technique that's very natural healing. And now, in the first couple of years, I didn't feel the prana so much. But now, as soon as I close my eye, I can feel it's very, very, very powerful. Like I'm compared like a tornado, like from level 1 to level 5. I might be level 2 or 3, but I can feel it. All my cells are awake. It's vibrating. And all the space that we see as space, it's actually vibrating energy. I was blessed to see that vibrating energy, and we breathe that in, and it helps us, of course, to keep us alive. But prana is the life force that keeps us alive. And so when you do this, you do increase your prana, and it's a very precious technique. So I have just a few more minutes, and then we're gonna practice. So at the basic teaching, so the first technique that we will teach you is the Omkar Kriya, where we are going to cleanse and purify all your chakras. The second technique is the Shiva Shakti, where you breathe down to burn your karma from the third eye to the root chakra, and then root chakra to the third eye. So you just do it back and forth, back and forth. So you're like rubbing like this, like a fire. So as you know, when you rub and fire start, what does fire do? Burn, right? Burn away your negative energy, burn away all the bad toxins and stuff. So that's what you do natural. And then you evolve your consciousness. Can you imagine if all of us are bodhisattva or a level of loving everyone unconditionally? I mean, God, the tolerance, the understanding, the acceptance, we can tolerate so much more than what we can do right now. Okay? And then the third one is called the Maha Mudra. The technique is called the Maha Mudra, where number one, after you generate so much electricity and prana, you want to ground yourself. And so we teach you a technique to ground yourself. It's called Mahamudra, and also to spread all the prana that you generated to cleanse all your nadis. We have about 72,000 nadis, the main one, and we need to do that because, as you know, when energy is blocked, it will cause you problems. So you want to do that. And then the fourth technique, this is the basic technique. The fourth technique is you be in the now, where you just kind of enjoy the fruit of your labor, the practice. So you just focus about 12 inches above your head, and that's it. When you attend his retreat, he will give you more, more technique, the advanced technique. And that's the reason why it's good to attend his retreat whenever you can. And he comes to America once a year, usually to Shasta, and then one to Southern California, and one to the East Coast. He was just here in September, Niagara. So I was just there attending the retreat with him. And in June, July, he was in Shasta. And in late July, I think he was down in LA. So I usually attend all his retreats, and I hear just amazing stories. So that's when you get initiated. That's what you learn. Okay, so we're gonna practice meditation, uniting our consciousness, limited consciousness with the universal consciousness. Okay, so the golden lotus, what you do, this is known as the Siddhanath Golden Lotus Meditation, and it's a gift to humanity by Yogaraj Siddhanath, and it's a great technique, a very simple technique for you to get out of your mind, because you do need to rest your mind. If you don't rest your mind, you will end up with a lot of mental illness like anxiety, stress, and stress is the number one killer in the world. So it's really good to get out of the mind. And if for any of you who have the urge to smoke, to take drugs, or to do bad stuff, do this in its place. It will really help replace that love, maybe, or the longing that you feel the need for, the emptiness. Okay, so just imagine. Everybody know what a golden lotus looks like, right? A golden lotus flower. If you don't know what a golden lotus is, then just visualize a rose, and the stem is from the root chakra, and we're gonna breathe up from the root chakra to the heart. And when you breathe up, you're gonna open the petal of the lotus, and then when you exhale, you're gonna close it. So inhale, exhale, inhale. I'm just showing it to you, but when you do it, you just mentally say it, okay? And then a mantra. You guys know what a mantra is? Everybody know what a mantra is, okay? So the mantra is Hamsa, and Hamsa stands for the soul. So we are trying to connect with our soul, our true self, to experience love and peace. So that's the reason why I say when you feel empty, do this meditation. You're connecting with your true source, your true self, for love and peace. Okay. So when I teach, I'm going to be guiding you. But when you're doing it at home mentally, you just, as you open the petal of the lotus, you mentally hear it by saying the word Sa, Hum, Sa. So you just visualizing Sa, Hum. And if you forget the mantra, you can say love, peace, love, peace, love, peace. And you want to slow down your breath, so that way you slow down your mind, because the mind and the breath is very connected. So you slow down your breath, your mind by slowing your breath. Okay. Any questions before we practice? And we're gonna meditate for about 10 minutes, and then when I chant the Om, you slowly open your eye, and then we will end it with the Om together. Okay. Let me see if I could get anything. So visualize the golden lotus in your heart chakra. Oh, excuse me. And then each time you inhale, you're gonna open the petal of the lotus, and then each time you exhale, you're gonna close the petal of the lotus and Sa, Hum. So I'm gonna guide you for about a few minutes, and then go silent and let us practice on our own. Okay? Before we do anything, let's take a deep breath. Inhale, and then blow it to your left, outside all the stress. Okay? Let's all chant Om. Put your hands in Namaskar and chant Om to start the meditation. Mentally say to yourself, Golden Lotus am I, who divinity breathes. It inhales upward to open the petal, and exhale down with hum to close them. So you can keep your hands in any comfortable position on your lap, and we're just going to focus, get out of our mind into our heart. So inhale upward sigh to open the petal. Fill every cell of your body with love. Hold it for about 5-10 seconds, whatever is comfortable for you. And exhale down with hum to close them. Inhale up with sigh to open the petal. Fill every cell of your body with love. Exhale down with hum to close them. Inhale up with sigh to open the petal. Exhale down with hum to close. And if you notice a lot of thoughts, just focus on the mantra and your heart. Sa, open the petal of the lotus. Exhale down with hum. Inhale up with sa to open the petal. Exhale down with hum to close them. Okay, remember you can keep your hands on your lap to be in comfortable position. I'm going to go silent and let us practice on our own. and ground yourself. Open your eyes when you're ready. Did you guys feel the peace? Very peaceful, right? That's our true nature. So the world out there is so noisy. So it's very easy to just tune into your heart. Okay, let's all chant the closing mantra, the Om. Now imagine if all of us just sit and meditate. How can we fight? How can we start war? You know, we can bring this. Yeah, it's very easy, and it's a gift. So this is the golden lotus. It's known as the baby kriya. So the Shiva Shakti kriya. It's you're going to the and that is through the initiation. So right now, what I'm gonna do, I was told to do some kind of flyer. So I have here invest in yourself and humanity, practice Kriya Yoga, and if you can help me, please help me to practice Kriya. There's also some in the back if there's not enough. And what you can do is like go to PayPal, donate 100.4 to Sedona.org, send me a receipt, and then let me know when you can come and I can teach. Right now, I'm scheduled to teach monthly on the fourth Sunday of the month, from 3 to 5 in San Jose. But you can always take his online classes. Yeah, online classes. Or whatever you do, get it from his teachers. If you go to his teacher website, you can get it. So, and I have this for you guys, our mission statement and our soul cry, because this is what our soul is crying for, unity in humanity. And I think, but if you can help with a new life awakening for earth peace through self-peace, through your own healing, you can really be a hero for humanity. So, yeah, that's what. If not, I have some in the back there. Let me get some. Any questions? So let me know. My name is Tara. Yeah. My name is Tara. If I introduce myself sometime as Shelly, please forgive me because I've been Shelly for a long time, and Tara is just 2 months. So it's like a Tara is my soul name, and this Enlightenment Expo. So yeah, any other questions? It's very simple, right? Just breathing. So it is a breathing technique. It's all about the breath, and without the breath, we don't exist. So it's actually all about you. You are the breath. You are the breath. I learned from him is the spirit of the universal consciousness. So that's what keeps us alive. And when you connect with that, you connect to your true self. And that is something. And you want to heal your own, so this is a sacred sign for you to heal yourself, the body, mind. The soul, it's the soul is what you call perfect, but when we go through life suffering, it's just not good for the soul. Yeah. So, any questions? I hope to.
When is your yoga master coming back to China?
He comes once a year, usually June or July. Yeah, but you don't want to wait till then. You want to practice Kriya and then go see him. That way he can empower you. And then also, the sooner you burn your karma, the sooner your life, you transform your life. The difference between a master and a teacher, a master transforms your life. A teacher just informs. They just teach from the book and you don't really progress. But a master, I thought I was going to be a nurse for the rest of my life, working till I die, But I practiced Kriya Yoga for 2 months. I quit my nursing job. And I dedicated my whole life to practicing Kriya, and now starting the nonprofit and promoting Kriya Yoga for Earth Peace and Enlightenment. So I hope that you can help me and join in the mission, the divine mission for Earth Peace through self. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
My name is Asil, and I've been a channel for 5 years now. I had no idea what channeling even was for most of my life. When I started hearing these messages and meeting these guides for the first time, I actually thought I was going crazy. I wasn't crazy though. These angelic beings really did seem to be talking to me. I kept an open mind, and these guides kept showing up, offering me adjustments and healings. They told me that they were preparing me. The guides say that there is an energetic network that feeds the earth with universal energy. This energy is critical for human consciousness and all living beings to evolve. The mission that we were given by the guides was to realign this network and establish a new network, specifically dedicated to the evolution of consciousness across the globe. They directed me to visit many places, from mountains to forests, from islands to deserts, sites of many world religions and ancient traditions. The guides wanted me to help them activate sacred sites that have been inactive or misused for millennia. I've been to dozens of countries and hundreds of sacred sites where often the guides will share their perspective through spoken channelings. This work has tremendously impacted my life and those that have traveled with me. Join me and the guides as we take you on an epic adventure.
Thomas Workman and AJ Kavanagh are intuitive channels.
You were created as a part of a universal plan.
Who have a remarkable ability to speak for a spiritual collective they call the Guides.
As you step into the light, you find new realities, new worlds indeed open up for you.
We often forget who we are, our eternal nature, and the wisdom that comes from that.
The Infinite Pathway, Journey to Self-Realization.
Imagine and try to visualize that light has a language. What might it sound like? What could it look like? What if this language could be harnessed, tapped into like a limitless well of infinite possibility and potential? What if we, as humans, could open ourselves up to this language of the light? And by doing so, we open ourselves to the vast intelligence of the universe. Imagine the potential, a way for us to connect more consciously with the universe, more consciously with energy, and therefore more consciously within ourselves. Light language is a divine, energetic expression of conscious energy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome to our returning and new guests at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley. We are an online platform for spirituality and consciousness, and we love bringing our community together at these live events. And also welcome to our community tuning in on the live stream. I'm so happy that all of you guys could join us. And definitely stay connected with us here at SoulSearch. We have another expo coming up in San Rafael next weekend. So come join us for that if you can. And also join our Facebook group and connect with us and watch us on soulsearch.tv, which is our free conscious content streaming channel where we have amazing shows from our practitioners. And of course, we have so many amazing practitioners inside, and many of them are giving us wonderful presentations this weekend. And Pia Darling, she uses 30 years as a corporate tech team leader and 30 years of healing, inner growth, and spiritual practice to offer the gift of accelerated transformation, clarity, and confidence. Pia's deeply embodied work guides her clients to transform current challenges into stepping stones, integrating old traumas and activating your personal heart, harmonizing resonance. Hand analysis, which Pia is doing here today and doing sessions inside, brings the ancient art of palmistry into modern day guidance, revealing your soul's unique agenda, core purposes, challenges designed to cultivate your gifts. And she's here providing mini readings at the fair and special offer for in-depth hand analysis. And so our hands actually hold the blueprint to happy, fulfilling relationships. And Pia is here to share with us about that today. And so Pia, thank you so much for sharing this beautiful ancient modality for the modern world. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Tangela. Thank you so much. And thank you all for being here today. So excited that you're here to learn about hand analysis and a couple of other things as well. So I'm guessing you're here because a variety of reasons. Either you're looking to find a partner to be in relationship, you're looking to make a current relationship more enlivened, more loving. You may look to change or shift your work relationships, your friendships, your family relationships. What I do here today, what I share, will apply to relationships across the board, regardless of the nature of that relationship. So this is exciting because we're going deep. We're going to be at the core of what makes a relationship good and how do you engage with that? How do you shift yourself or find out what you need to find out within yourself to attract that in a more full way? So actually, before we start, in case anybody would like to share along the way, let's just agree with a hand up that we agreed to confidentiality. Whatever happens in SoulSearch stays in SoulSearch. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so my name is Pia Darling. I'm an empowerment coach, and I help you find how to align with your truth, how to be your best self. Because as you all know, I'm sure, the law of attraction is always working. It's always in operation. It's not about going to think a thought and then attracting that in. No, we vibrate, therefore we attract. We are always attracting. So the trick then is, where are we attracting from? How do we find the truth of our own alignment, shift into in alignment with our own alignment? Therefore, we attract what meets us, what's in resonance for us, what's right for us. And that's what my work is about. And I do this work, I tell you, because I had to go through this work for myself. I didn't have the easiest life to begin with. I did not know how to have relationships well, whether they be intimate relationships or friendships or even in the family. I had a lot of relationship challenges. So I had to come through quite a bit within myself. And so I feel I have so much to share with you because it worked for me. And you know, we always are a work in progress. We are always evolving. So let's just know that wherever we are, whoever we are, at whatever level, we're always growing more and more. Okay, so what we'll be covering today is how to uplift and transform your relationships through a couple of different modalities. Hand analysis is one of them. I'll explain to you why hand analysis works, what's the history of it, what's the science of it, because there is science to it, and just give you an overview of that. Specifically, we'll get into the heart line and what does the heart line offer? What kind of information does it offer? And as you see in the handouts that you'll find all over, you'll highlighted is the heart line that we'll be talking about. I'll also take you through an inner journey to find a more deeper place within yourself to find what you're here to be, who you're here to be. Okay. All right. So as I said, you know, I had a very difficult time with relationships. I was also very, very shy. I couldn't talk to one person even. It was so embarrassing. I just didn't have confidence in so many different ways. And so I really had to do a lot of work to find who I was, because I wasn't happy being that way. You know, there are shy people that are comfortable being shy. I wasn't comfortable being that way. There must have been something wrong. I used to think when I was little that God put me on the wrong planet, because this did not work out for me. Being in my body and being around people that I was around, it didn't work. It wasn't what I thought was important. So I did quite a depth journey into finding out who I truly was, into finding out what needed to be healed deep within, and did a lot of work with that, and still do, honestly, still do. I have to stay on top of it, because I want to evolve even more and more and free up more of myself. And this is what feeds me, actually. Being in front of the room like this, I love it. It feeds me to be able to share with you, and hopefully then help you be more of you. So the formula, now looking back over my journey, that I found, that I went through and encapsulated in like 3 words, was connect, align, express, right? So connect has to do with connecting within yourself, because we are the basis for any relationship out there. How we connect with ourselves is the basis, is the template for what we are experiencing out there. And as much as we don't want that to be true, it is once you get into it. So it's important to find out what needs to be healed, who you are in there, and then just be there for you in a way that you're, boom, right here, face to face, belly to belly. At the same time, you have your back. And then you find yourself suddenly feeling so safe in your body, on the planet. It's a really good thing to experience. It's a very healthy and empowering way to be. Align is about finding your truth. What is your blueprint? What's true for you? And then have self-understanding about it. And align with it. And then express is then being this person that you are freely and getting out there and just being you out loud or quietly, however that is for you. Okay. So I'll then get into the hand analysis. Hand analysis, it's an ancient art. It really is coming from at least 5,000 years ago in China. That's the earliest texts that have been found. It comes from a time when there was, it's pattern recognition. It's not divination. It's not fortune telling. It was taken in those directions over the centuries, right? Through the gypsies, which I love gypsies, and their way of being, the Romani people. And that's not what I do. So that's a different category. But hand analysis comes from an ancient science of pattern recognition, as well as, so here in your hand, there's a huge concentration of neurotransmitters. So here comes the science part. The neurotransmitters are what the brain connects with, what the type that it's in the brain function family, right? So your brain processes thoughts in your conscious mind, as well as your subconscious, your unconscious, all those things that we don't even know are there, right? All our old patterns that are still there, traumas, beliefs, all kinds of things that we are not conscious of, therefore, unconscious, subconscious. The brain is continuously processing, chunking. The synapses in the brain send off these little electrical sparks, right? Where we are electromagnetic beings, according to science. Those little sparks are like a computer chip. Each tiny spark holds tons of information about you. So these sparks go flying through your body. Since it's electricity, it's looking to make contact. You know, like lightning needs to make contact. Electricity, you plug in a lamp, it's contact. So here, those sparks go flying through your body and make contact with this huge concentration of neurotransmitters in the hand. So it plugs into your hand, it's touching your skin and your muscle, thereby tweaking, and it's billions of, billions of these sparks flying through your body all the time. And so it's actually building a mapping of how you're processing. And this mapping then has been decoded through pattern recognition. So what you're reading is a very precise and unique to you owner's manual, how to function, how to be. When something's not working, where do you look? Because it's different for different people, and it shows up in your hand. It's a really fascinating study, and it's unfortunate it's not out there more. So that's the science part. That all those sparks, they not only create these lines and little markings on your hand, they also affect the color of your hands. Some people have different colors in their hand. The shape of your fingers, the shape of your palm, all of that is information. And so the art in the science and art of hand analysis, the art is how to interpret all of that together. Today, we're going to be looking at just one thing, the heart line. And that's really important to understand. You can do a lot in your life with just that information to up-level your experiences in relationship. And that's kind of just one chapter out of the whole novel that is you. So just know that there's so much more. Okay. And then, just real quick, there's the fingerprints. So the fingerprints have been imprinted on your little baby fingers 5 months into conception. So when you're born, you have a full set of fingerprints. And they've been decoded to understand what your soul purpose and soul lessons are that you came here to experience. Soul purpose in hand analysis is not like the purpose of, oh, I'm fireman or I'm this or I'm that. No, it's about an essence. Like, what essence did you come here to inhabit? What did you come here to embody? Regardless of what you do. And then the lessons are so interesting. The lessons, soul lessons are what you came here to learn more about, to experience more of, to grapple with, to wrestle with, because that's actually a way to grow. That's actually a way to get stronger. The lessons are the most important part, I believe, in hand analysis because of that. Because as you work your lessons, your life purpose, your soul purpose gets stronger and stronger. It's like going to the gym and you're lifting weights. Lifting weights can be annoying, but you're doing it knowing that you're going to get stronger. That's what we have to learn in life. The challenges that we come up against are our weights to get stronger. It's our way to grow. So just that one shift in our mind, right? Wow, how life changes. We're not just, at the mercy of everything. It's like, oh, this is what will help me grow. That feels good. It feels much more empowering. Right? Great. Okay, so with the hands aligning to the type of heart line that you have can enhance your relationships in that it'll help you attract the right partner. It'll help you match and evoke from an existing partner more of themselves. So, for instance, when we are aligned with our type, we're modeling being aligned. Whoever we're with, and the closer we are to them, that alignment is kind of like a vibration that gets sent out, a tone, which elicits from the other their alignment. So it doesn't mean that, finding out something about your hands, oh, I have to go change my partner. No, you be more of yourself. And that other person you're with will be more of themselves. I can't guarantee that every time because everybody's in free will and can do their own thing. But I've seen how beautifully that does work when the other person does kind of resonate then to their truth. And then the partnership, wow, it just blossoms in a way that it was not anything they had to do with each other. It was about being themselves. It's a really beautiful thing. Okay. Alrighty, so here we go. So the heart line, we use the elemental archetypes, earth, air, fire, water, to help understand them, right? The heart line will tell you what type you are in that, meaning what is your communication style? What are your needs? What do you actually need in the relationship? How, and by understanding this, then you understand how you interpret the other side, which may not be the same type as you, and discover, oh, I've been translating actions, behaviors, and language even with the wrong translation dictionary because it didn't, translating a fire person, translating earth behaviors is not a direct definition. It doesn't work. As we get into this, you'll see. I'll give some examples. Okay. And then on the handouts, you'll see, like I said, the pink highlighter outlines which is the heart line. Okay. It comes out the side of your hand underneath your pinky, and it comes out into your hand. It can do a few different things. It can go straight across, it can come halfway across, go up, go across and up. It can be curvy, it can be straight, all these different things. We have the 4 archetypes, like I said, but then there's all these possibilities in between each archetype, so it's not an exact description. All right, here we go. So the archetypes, Earth. And as we go through the archetypes, imagine the actual archetype, the actual element. So now that we're going first into Earth, imagine the Earth as it is. So the Earth, there's a lot of space on Earth, right? It's always here under our feet. It's always here, no matter what we do, no matter where we go. The Earth is right here under our feet. It provides sustenance to us, right? And it can be quiet, and then there can be these deep cauldrons of magma that suddenly erupt, and there's lava and an explosion all over the place. So all these different things can happen on Earth. Well, an Earth person needs a lot of space. They require space. They're always there for you. They're stable, they're reliable, they're right there. They are good providers, they're loyal, and they're very reserved. So this, just to get into that, Earth people are not chatty about their emotions. They're not chatty about what's going on with them. They're just quieter about it. Okay. And they're not all that expressive in terms of their emotions, especially because Earth people have a hard time tapping into their emotion because of this. Their emotional body is this deep cauldron of magma of emotions. It's a huge amount of emotions that Earth people have. And to tap into that can feel completely overwhelming and scary. You don't want to go there because it'll just blow up in your face. So Earth people mimic the Earth type very well.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I lost you. How did you get to the Earth? From the heart line?
The heart line, because of how it moves, how it gets drawn on your hand, whether it's all the way across or halfway or curved or straight, we identify the different movements with the 4 elemental archetypes: earth, air, fire, water.
Okay.
Yeah. So an earth heart line is an earth person would be this. How what I just described.
Okay, it's describing the heart.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. And so now I'm going into describing an air heart line. So it's just a different shape of the heart line. Yeah.
So are you going to tell us how the heart line looks for each individual? So
Yes. So the earth heart line, and I'll do this really quickly. To actually learn really well, it's like a weekend class. There's a lot to learn about it. But overall, an earth heart line comes out kind of straightish across and ends somewhere around your middle finger, underneath your middle finger. Okay. Okay. Now we're on air. So an air heart line actually is an extension of the earth heart line in terms of shape. It'll go out across your hand and all the way under your index finger. And now imagine the element of air. You're in nature and in a big field with the flowing grass, and here comes a nice wind. The air blows, and it's gently just everything moves in unison together. Air is very soothing, right? But then air can turn around and suddenly whip around and become a hurricane. So an air person is soothing, likes to diffuse anything that's about to blow up, needs to keep everything calm and steady. Air is just, does not like upheaval. An air person also is very fair and rather mental in their approach to things. An air person will tend to think about their feelings instead of feel their feelings. But then an air person, like the air, the wind that turns in on itself, an air person can suddenly turn in on itself and get really self-critical and judgmental about themselves. They can get into this over-processing of thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking and just getting caught in the loop of thinking. Yeah. You're laughing. They're just her. Yeah. And now we're on to fire. So fire is a line that, as it comes out from the side of your hand, it'll actually curve up towards your middle finger. Okay, it curves up towards your middle finger. And imagine here there's a bonfire, right? And the fire is burning and it feels so nice and warm. And people come to the fire. The bonfire attracts people. The bonfire is suddenly surrounded by people. And just like a fire person, very attractive to other people. People come to fire people because they're fun, they're creative, they're exuberant, they like to be the center of attention. Fire people are just overall fun. And just like a regular fire people can burn a little too bright and by mistake burn someone else and hurt them without even noticing, right? They can burn so bright, like working on a project 3 nights in a row, that they burn themselves out. So fire people do need to help themselves stay in a more moderated burn but not too moderated because it has to be fun. Fun is a big word for fire. So to allow those spikes, allow the movement of fire, but not burn down the ceiling. Okay, and then water. Water then comes out the side of your hand and goes across and curves up towards your index finger. And water, will flow based wherever the earth is tilting. Whichever way it's leaning, it'll just flow, right? It'll flow, it'll nourish and nurture everything that's there. It feeds everything that's there. It will get blocked in places. It suddenly, has a big, big movement like a tidal wave. So a water person will flow to help people. Water is very much like the epitome of a caring, nurturing mom that just wants to, I'll help you here and I'll help you here, and just moving this way and that way without even a thought, because for them it's natural for them to do this. It's their type. Because they can flow this way and that way, one of the big issues with water would be boundaries. So having people overstep the boundaries of a water person, or the water person overstepping other people's boundaries. Being controlling is a challenge for water. They can get a little too controlling to help themselves kind of offset this rolling thing that feels out of control. So being controlling is their response to it. Yeah, so this is just a quick description then of what the four types are. And it is a lot of information. So I just wanted to pass around this. If you'd like, I'll send out a summary of what we're talking about today. And I'll get, because it is a lot. You can't take it all in one day or in 1 hour, actually. So at this point in these talks, I've in the past told a lot of stories of what I read in people's hands and what their story was. But actually, I'd like to, instead of that, open the floor to anybody who would like to have their hand read. Just, a few minutes here. Oh, lots of hands. That's great.
Everybody.
And I am doing mini readings here, so where I don't get to. But let me just check the time here. Okay. Oh, ready then.
First one to touch you.
Okay, I think your hand was up first, way there in the back. Yeah, you want to come up here? Oh, and just so you know,
We have a question.
okay, before the question, let me just say this is being live cast. So whatever you say will be going out to Great, and what's your name?
Yulia.
Yulia. Hi. So would you like to know about your more inner circle relationships, or out there in the work and socially? Okay, so your left hand, please. Okay, Yulia, so this is something interesting. This is something that I had for myself as well when I first had my hand read about 10 years ago. So you have a fire heart line, but notice how it jogs over sideways. So you have a fire heart line, but yet you're behaving like water. So that means that your natural blueprint calls for you to just be your fiery self, be in the middle of things, be enjoying getting attention, free to express, creative, and just running with ideas this way and that way. You're behaving like water, which means that you are tending to take care of others. Yes? Yes. Yeah, so as a water sign, as a water behavior, you're rolling there without honoring your fire. And so in doing that, it's like taking a big bucket of water and dousing your fire. And that's not a happy place to be. Yeah, right. So what I would suggest for you is that, so being fire, you can still take care of other people, but from a different place, from a different kind of posture, a different asana in a way. As I said, water rolls this way and that way, just taking care of other people. For fire to take care of someone, imagine yourself as a big flame. And here you are, this big flame. It's like, okay, I'm going to take care of her. Ooh, notice the difference in my posture between, taking care of her, which water wouldn't even think of wondering, should I take care of it? Is it right? I give myself permission. No, just rolls. Fire actually acknowledges itself. It's important to itself, fire. It's very insular in a way, right? But then it decides to go take care. Makes sense? Yeah? So then just when you're going to go do something for anybody, take a breath and feel your fire, feel your flame, and then step out.
Love more intentional.
Yes, actually, yes. Thank you. You're welcome. Some hands went up here. I think you? Yeah. What's your name?
Eva.
Eva? Mm-hmm. So which one would you like? Would you like your inner circle or your out there in like your work environment? Work environment. Okay, so your right hand, please. Okay, so everything I said to Julia, same thing. Oh, you have the same thing. It's so common with women that who are fiery, because I had that when I first started, and I actually changed my line. It took about 3 years, and my line moved because I had a very intentional desire to not douse myself with water anymore. So it's important to. So what I said to her, did that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So right. So always be right here with yourself. Feel your feet on the floor. Right. Feel. It's like coming from your heart, your core. Take a deep breath, and from there, you can just say, okay, now I will go. I don't know, like whatever it is that you're doing for people in a watery way, just rolling. If you're taking care of someone, yeah. And sometimes, we have to take care of someone because we're human beings and we live in a family, in a community. We have to do that. There's nothing wrong with having to take care of someone. But then how do we approach it so that we stay in integrity with who we are? Yes. How's that? Yes. Yeah? That sounds good. Great. Thanks, Emma. Okay.
I'm in the front.
All right. What's your name?
Manny.
Manny. Okay, Manny. So left hand inner circle, right hand out in the world. Right hand out in the world. Okay. Also, you're an earth person. That was really easy.
Oh.
Really easy. So being an earth person, then you are, and this is out in the world. Okay. So for instance, at work, is this something around work time?
Sure. Yeah.
Work? Okay. So at work, you can, first of all, you've got this huge cauldron of emotion going on that you can't show at work. So it probably stays really down, right? So you need to take time on your own to kind of diffuse the pressure that can build up by not tapping into your emotions. Do you feel like every so often you have a blow up happen?
I don't know about blow up.
Like an upset. Like you can get upset really easily, but not often. But it's like every so often, boom, it kind of happens.
It takes a lot to get me upset.
Okay.
But when I do get upset, I'm upset.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah.
And it might seem a little overboard.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
But maybe.
That's because you're being an earth person, you are kind of holding all that emotion in, so the pressure builds.
Mm-hmm.
So to kind of let the pressure out, like the top of a pressure cooker,
right?
Take time to yourself, introspective take time to, with like meditation or breathing, or writing, looking at a sunset, just take time on your own by yourself, very consciously with your body, kind of breathing, whatever it is you do. And that will help diffuse that, so that you don't have to have a big outburst, a big upset. And it's always easier not to do that, in terms of response, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, you raise your let me check the time. Oh, we're running a couple minutes over in this segment. But let me see. Oh, so which would you like? The inner circle or the outer world relationships? Inner. Left.
Relationships?
Yeah.
Let's do inner.
Inner. Okay. So you see how it ends a little bit at the end, but you look like you're a fire person. And you're actually not doing the jig-jag to water. So as a fire person, then, you enjoy being kind of in the middle of things.
If need be.
If need be. Do you feel like you have a lot of energy to be around people?
Yes.
Yeah, and people tend to like to be with you?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, so as a fire person, that's the norm. Are you creative? Do you like having ideas and doing things based off of, let's do this, let's do
Maybe
that.
creative in arts and ideas, but not practical application.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, but like
here's my vision, but there's my stick person.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's not so much about the application of being an artist as much as ideas like, oh, let's do this now. Oh, let's do something else. Like kind of taking people in different directions because you have this broad experience of life in a way in your mind that you can suddenly, find this exciting, and then something else catches your attention. That kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can resonate with that.
Yeah. So that's fiery. So you're being your fiery self. And so just to watch, if you burn too bright and hurt others. I don't know if you do. I'm not saying you do, but that's just one of the things that we tell people because you have a very steady line. I mean, meaning this is just very drawn. It doesn't have bubbles in it. It doesn't have crosses or anything. I don't think. Yeah. And you're very bonded to people. You feel very close to whoever it is that you're deem family or your inner
Probably.
circle. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Let me just check the time here. We're a little over, so I'm going to have to stop there because I do want to take you on another piece of this journey today. There's so much information to give, and 50 minutes is definitely not enough. All right. So first of all, thank you to everybody who volunteered. And so it gives you an idea, like a very a brief, 2-drop idea of what it's like to have a hand analysis. But there's so much more that comes with it. The next piece I'm going to talk about is this work that I came into that I did myself and then now I do for others called Core Awakening Journey. It's an emotional integration process and spiritual awakening. It's a way to become really more of yourself and healing. Healing is a funny word, actually. Healing does not represent the integration that can happen, like when things just come together and weave together. Healing is not about getting rid of things, and because nothing ever goes away, whether it be garbage out there or a problem, an old trauma. We need to make peace with it in a way that we kind of come together, and sometimes we have to grapple with it and wrestle with it. Sometimes it's a lot easier. It can happen anyway. Okay. Okay, so then first, in relationship to relationships, so on my website, I have a quote that says, the definition of relationship: the state of connection between two or more people, events, or things, including the connection with oneself. Actually, especially the connection with oneself. And so this is what I was saying. This is foundational. How you are with yourself, how you sit with yourself within. It's not something you can just look at and think, oh, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I did that for decades during this spiritual time. I thought I had accomplished something until I found this work and came into a whole different relationship with myself that I didn't know I was missing. That was the upsetting part. I didn't know I was missing this. And when I found it, what it did for me, the sense of safety and empowerment that it gave me, just it made life worthwhile. It made it worthwhile to be here on the planet, even when life is tough, because all you need is like right here when you're connected with yourself, and then just be with what's around. So I'd like to take you all on this journey, inner journey, to meet a younger version of yourself. And you call it an inner child. But it's a way of making peace with yourself at different levels within. So if you get comfortable in your seats, and I'll ask you to close your eyes. And if you don't feel comfortable closing your eyes, that's fine. Just look down. Just look at the floor, because that helps you be more in your body and out of your head. Okay, so breathing, just noticing your breath, feeling the chair you're sitting in. Inhale, exhale. As you continue breathing on your own, feel yourself get heavier in the chair. Sink into it. If there's any noise, any movement in the room or outside, all those noises just take you deeper, deeper and calmer, more relaxed. Let yourself feel like you're landing from within, from the core of your torso, landing deeply. And let yourself move into your heart. And when I say heart, I mean your heart chakra. So to find your heart chakra, just say out loud or to yourself, me, and point to yourself. And that's your heart chakra right there. And you can keep your hand or finger there to help you find your way there, if you like. Let yourself see where you are if you're visual. If you're more kinesthetic, just feel it, feel the space. Your heart chakra. If this doesn't work very well for you, then imagine it. Imagine it. Imagination is very powerful, especially with the body. You can imagine a cozy chair that you're sitting in your heart area. And take a couple of breaths to let you really sink in, be there, be present. And now, as you're sitting in your heart chakra, imagine just across from you, a young version of you shows up. A young version that's hopefully in their single-digit age. Just let them show up. Let them feel that you're there, waiting for them, that you're inviting them in. Let yourself be happy to be with this younger version of you. And as they sit across from you, as you see them, notice how they feel. You might see it on their face. You may notice in their movements. Just take in whatever information you can take in from this young version of you. Let yourself feel love for them. If there are other emotions that come up for you, like an upset or an anger, oh, that's interesting, tell yourself. This is good information. Whatever your experience is, it's perfect for you. Invite them, if they like, to come over and sit next to you or closer. And be patient with them. Be patient. Be gentle. And this is like you can call it a first contact. They can be here for you later to have a more extended visit where you might ask them questions, ask them to tell you whatever they need to tell you. But for now, let's be grateful that they came to visit. Thank them in whatever way feels appropriate to you. It might just be the words, thank you. Maybe it's a hug or a fist bump. And let them go on their way, knowing that both of you are so much better off for this first contact, for this interaction, regardless of how it felt. This is good. This is very good. And as you're ready, coming back into the room, let yourself feel the chair you're in. Maybe do some shoulder rolls. Let yourself come back into your body, present. Opening your eyes when you're ready. How is that? Good. Yeah, this is just a moment, just like I said, first contact, meeting yourself inside. And the more of this relationship inside gets developed and is trusted, the greater you're expanding your capacity for healthier and happier relationships out here in the world. So I appreciate you all being here and playing along so much. Thank you so much. I'm here doing mini readings kind of in the middle of the room there with a bright pink tablecloth. On the back of the flyers that I left for the hand, there's a special if anybody's interested in learning more about my work and experiencing some deeper things. On the way out, I have business cards on that little tray and a flyer for a fingerprint analysis special. Fingerprint analysis, remember I mentioned, they tell you about your soul purpose and your soul lesson. And if you purchase it here, well, at the show, I'll hand you the print kit, and then you take your fingerprints, email them to me, and we'll do it over Zoom. Yeah. Yes.
I was looking at this one here. Is this one, this event that you have, is that a group? Is that one-to-one? What's that?
Oh, this is if you go to the piareadshands.com. If that's those are one-on-one sessions. Yeah, yeah. And if anybody wants to just discuss what might be possible, feel free to set up on my calendar. I have 20-minute slots available at zoomwithpia.com. zoomwithpia.com. So I think we're right on time, 3:51. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Excuse me, on your website, do you have like pictures of?
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
everyone. Welcome. I'm Tangela, the founder of SoulSearch, and welcome all of you to our SoulSearch Santa Cruz Scotts Valley Enlightenment Expo. Thank you for being here live and in person with us. And of course, to our live stream audience, thank you for joining us as well. We love bringing our community together. At SoulSearch, we're an online platform for spirituality and consciousness, and we're here to support everyone on their exploratory journey here on planet Earth. And we do that through our online platform, our events like these, and also through SoulSearch TV. So if you haven't tuned into SoulSearch TV, check it out. You can go to our website, soulsearch.tv. Also Roku, Amazon, Apple TV, Android TV. It's totally free, and you can watch shows from all of our practitioners. And we also have our San Rafael Enlightenment Expo coming up next weekend. So if you're enjoying it here, you can come back and see us up in Marin. We're going to have the EES system scalar wave technology there, as well as many different vendors and speakers as well. So welcome all. And I'm excited to introduce you to you all Charlie Lamson. He is an angelic healer, intuitive guide, counselor, and resurrection self-mastery coach. Through the power of the sacred flames, Charlie works with you to transmute limiting energies into ascension frequencies for your expansion and spiritual transformation. He is an advanced intuitive, and he does Holy Spirit energy healing, chakra alignment and tuning, and soul activations. And he's also my husband. So happy that he's here, provides me with tons of support on, putting these expos together. So thanks to my amazing husband, Charlie. And also thank you to Manuel, who is running our live stream. So thank you, Manuel. We really appreciate all your hard work and helping us get all of our amazing talks and practitioners out to people who can't join us here in person. So thank you all for being here, and thank you, Charlie. Welcome, and looking forward to having your activation.
All right, guys, thank you for being here. Like Tangela was saying, I'm a self-mastery coach and a healer and a channel I'm based in Sedona, Arizona. That's where my office is. This is a journey that's been seems like such a long time in the making, but then look back, it was like the acceleration is going through the roof. And I mean, literally 3 years ago, I didn't know there was other people on Earth that were experiencing, going through this kind of thing, reconnecting with angels and even being open to connecting with angels. I had heard of psychics and things like this, but I had no idea what they really were. I didn't understand what was going on. And in this journey, I've reconnected and began remembering. And then that gift of the violet flame and things like this began really accelerating the cleansing of my subconscious and bringing forth the remembrance of who we are and that we're eternal, having this temporary experience and all these little fears and all these different things that made me afraid to even talk to people like this or get up on stage. We're just like immediately erased. As far as and also major addictions, drug addictions and things like this. When I started remembering who I was, it was like I knew that I could command they be gone. I no longer had to try to make it easier to quit doing drugs or to try to do the right thing. I could invoke my true presence to be and just take command. And all of a sudden it was like it was washed away. And I tried to stop. I wanted to stop doing drugs. I never even considered stopping smoking cigarettes. And all of a sudden I went all of a sudden it was 2 weeks. It's like, oh my God, I haven't had a cigarette in 2 weeks. And and then when I had one, it was like I had never smoked. It's like I completely reset. And I was like, oh my God, this is real, and so from that day on, I started doing decrees, writing decrees, invoking the sacred fire into everything. My remembrance process came primarily from the Ascended Host and the Saint Germain teachings, the I Am teachings, and Ascended Mastery teachings. And from there, things have just unfolded very quickly. I always seem to be working in Sedona. People come from all over the world to have their spiritual experience or their nature experience, But one thing that I do notice with people that are like walking into my office is that there's always some kind of like a collective thing going on within everybody. It doesn't matter where they're from. There's always like a theme that is being worked on in their energy field by their own guides and by their own masters that are guiding them, who guided them to Sedona to get the energy of Sedona in their energetic field. And lately, this has been this golden sphere presence around them. So I'm going to guide you guys through an activation of activating this golden sphere, which is it's different than like you'll hear people talk about putting a tube of light around you and stuff as you begin navigating in this journey. This is something that is actually more of a rapid response energy, and it's very real. It's just ethereal, okay? And it begins in our consciousness. But what this does is you're able to draw certain energy, all the mountaintops, especially out here in Scotts Valley, the mountains up, why can't I think about Mount Tam and all these different mountains. These peaks are reservoirs of the sacred fire. Okay, the mountain peaks are the lightest places on earth. That's why monasteries, all these different things are built way up in the mountains, is because the density is very low, and the mountain peaks hold this energy that we would consider a flame. If you could see it with your naked eyes, it would look like these different colored flames. But it's all conscious, and this field of energy allows you to draw forth these different frequencies instantly. It's like makes you like a very powerful magnetic receiver. And then you can use these. Many people here are healers and things like this, and it makes your healing practices much stronger and much quicker. And so I want to introduce that to you and help to reintegrate your communion with your own I am presence. Now, are you guys familiar with the I am teachings or your I am presence? The way this has been perceived to me, this was something that was sort of held back in the consciousness since the flood. Okay, there was certain unless you were really chose a lifetime to be deep into the mysteries, and it was very almost like secret to remember like how to use the sacred fire and the alchemy of the I am. But I am is like what all of us are, okay? Above Jesus and Moses and all these people is I am that I am, okay? And we're all part of that. And once you begin understanding this, like Rumi had said in poetry, that we're individual drops within the ocean, but we're the entire ocean. You can't be a drop in the ocean without being part of the ocean. All right. But then the next level is understanding that you wield the full power of the entire ocean, even in your individual drop. Okay. You have access to control waves of energy. And so we're beginning, as we keep cleaning with the sacred fire, primarily that violet flame or the pink flame of the mother's love within our astral body or our subconscious, we're beginning to remember that we're worthy of these things. We're worthy to wield these kind of powers in our prayers, in our meditations, to really make powerful corrections in our lives. And there's no way to misuse the violet flame or the pink flame. These are things that you can project all over humanity because all it knows what to do is how to perfect energy. It alchemizes miscreations and misthoughts within ourselves and all around us. The golden energy brings great enlightenment. And so this golden sphere present is also, everything is essentially fire. Everything that's got light in it you could call it fire from the sun. And this ethereal energy is like a golden flame of illumination, but it is very magnetic, and it begins really working in your whole aura. It expands much more than this. But this is why you have the golden Buddhas and things like this for other masters that really learned how to use this energy and direct it into really acute, I guess that would be the word, like acute points to like heal people, to see the perfection in all things. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? Yes.
You keep saying violet or pink, and so I'm just wondering, why is there two?
There are 7 primary sacred flames, and then there are alchemical twists and conglomerates that make many colors, just like you would mix paint. Okay, you can make a million different shades and colors of all the different things. The violet flame is the flame that's actually, it's an energy that's coming from beyond our sun right now, in like what we call the great central sun, like in the center of the universe that all the galaxies swirl around. Okay, and it projects this like plasma. Okay, that is not like the rings of Saturn where it goes all the way around, but it's got like sort of the same thing, but it just goes out on one on each side, these like plasma streams of light that spin like a propeller through the universe. Okay, and right now we're going into an age where it's a high frequency, like an ultraviolet frequency that our solar system is now coming into. Okay, the Vedic traditions would talk about coming out of the Kali Yuga, like the age changes. Okay, and now what it is, but it's the frequency of ultraviolet, and so it's here, you're ready or not, it doesn't matter who's president, it doesn't matter all this stuff, it can't stop. It's an enlightening energy that's coming through that is violet in nature. And so this is drawn into us over the last 100 years, the remembrance that we can call this violet energy out of us and put it into our own aura. And just like in a hospital or a clinic, when they use the ultraviolet lights to clean germs and things like this, that to know that that's not killing germs, it's actually elevating the frequency of the atomic structure, making the electrons spin faster on the atoms where it's no longer a discordance to you and make you sick. Okay, now the violet flame or the violet ray, however it is you want to perceive it, that's coming to us and that we have the ability to call into our life is doing just that. But it's like not just on the physical level, but in our thoughts, in our old belief patterns. All of these things are being corrected very incrementally so that we don't feel like we're going crazy. And it's definitely orchestrated by your higher self. But it's happening, ready or not. This is why everything has just changed. We went from donkey and cart for 15,000 years to all of a sudden we got trains to scram jets in the last 100. And then no matter what's coming in the next 2 years and the next 5 years is going to be so much more growth that you can even comprehend. And that's because even the atmosphere of the earth, all of the density of thought forms in the astral plane and all the war energies and trauma is all being transmuted off of the earth, which is bringing enlightenment for new creations, new technologies. Okay, it's very, there's technologies that are coming right now that they've already been there for a long time, but they can't be held back anymore, that already produce clean energy, zero, free, but whether it's electricity or running your car on water, there's systems now that can transmute water into plasma, and then the exhaust is pure oxygen. These systems already exist, and the opposing energy, it can no longer hold it back. And so we're here and we're alive to witness this happen, this transition that we've been waiting billions of years for, this kind of transition on Earth. Now the pink energy is if you've ever gazed at the sun, where when it's early in the morning or at night, when you can kind of look at the sun and let your eyes kind of glaze over, you'll see that the sun itself has a pink flame around the outside of it. And this is a very magnetic force that has to do with the divine feminine, the divine mother's magnetic energy that actually holds things together. You could perceive as all the light as the aspect of the father, and all of the darkness, the magnetic energy that's like a force, as the mother, and it condenses around things and like holds worlds together. Because if you put us under a microscope, we're just a bunch of floating atoms and electrons. If we didn't have the mother's love holding our bodies together, we would just drift off. And so that pink energy is working with the violet flame to protect. So as things are being transmuted within your bodies, within your belief systems and the earth, that pink radiant energy is like holding like a sphere of like protection. It's like love that's so strong that it's impermeable, And so as you begin invoking this in yourself, you start feeling untouchable. Not in an egotistical way, but in like just like you're in your own energy finally. And then you start understanding that, oh my God, I kept getting aggravated and that wasn't even me. I was like tapping into somebody else's energy, and you start becoming much more aware of these things. But and you're allowed to like send that energy and mix it. The violet and the pink flame is like a lilac color. You can, I don't know, you can play with it, but you just invoke it within yourself and around your energy. If you like to meditate, or it can just calm your energy and just observe what it feels like. Say, I am the violet flame blazing within and around me. You'll say it a few times, get a little momentum going, and you just see what it feels like. For me, it's like somebody like rubbing like cool silk. Even if it's hot outside and I'm doing it, it feels like this cool silky feeling being rubbed, like somebody's rubbing silk on your skin. And it feels very good. And then you can play with the different colors. And okay, mix the emerald energy. Or when you're doing it on yourself, you can use everything. But the pink and violet you can use on the whole world without permission, I guess you could say. Like you're working with the I am presence, I am that I am, and once you connect with this, you remember that, oh, you are me, so how could I not be able to work it? You know, you're like start going into a different kind of layer of consciousness. But it's all done properly and it's orchestrated by, we've got our training wheels on, I guess you could say, and we've got masters and guides that are sort of helping us along. That's where we're at. Does that kind of answer anything? Okay. All right, guys. So why don't we relax? We're going to do this nice quick activation to give you the visualization of this golden sphere around you. There is a guide that's coming in that is victory. It's like a guide that's coming from a higher dimensional version of Venus this year, very angelic in nature. So we'll see what happens. Why don't we start? We'll just kind of tune and harmonize the room. We'll do 3 ohms together, and then you guys just relax. Nothing to do, just relax. Listen to my voice. See where we go. Ready? Just relax. Nothing to do. Focusing on the breath and the words. And as you're sitting here, relaxing, to visualize as if you were looking at yourself. That you see a beautiful golden flame right in front of your chest, right in your heart, like a candle, like a dinner candle, this flame. Just take a note of this energy, seeing this golden halo around this flame. And as you breathe up in the nose, holding that energy in, swirling through your brain. And on the out breath, visualize that energy moving down into the heart. So that on every out breath, it is like stoking this flame. And watch it grow at least 1 inch on every breath, perhaps 2 to 3 inches. Good. As it's moving up on this next breath, let it expand up into the throat. It's like turning your lighter up on high, and it's flipping from all the way from the heart center up into the throat. Moving and blessing through that throat chakra, igniting a great diamond white light in front of the throat, and continuing on each breath. Moving up through to the third eye, between your eyes, between the brow. And now, as this flame hits between the brow, it ignites a sevenfold flame. A sevenfold flame of the mighty Elohim. The seven primary colors now moving like a seven-leafed plant, wrapping and working through the entire brain structure, synthesizing itself in its own all-intelligence, moving through the whole nervous system, knowing exactly where the requirements are needed, cleanse, clear, transmute any discordances in the brain, elevating all blockages up into the higher mind storage, allowing your physical brain to be working much more freely, just as you would upload all your photos to the cloud and get them off of your phone, that kind of thing. And now this flame, this unified flame, continues up through the crown, moving very steadily now up over your head, a full golden stream of energy, this long, skinny flame, until it reaches a precipice of about 33 feet above your head. As it reaches this height, you begin seeing the tip of this flame turn into a beautiful star. A golden star that is running so bright it is like a diamond white light, emanating a golden halo with glorious concentric rings of violet, pink, yellow, and blue. And that vision is this beautiful star is about the size of a baseball, emanating a halo that is immense. As is universal law, it's good to hold these ethereal visualizations for 17 to 22 seconds, using your imagination in any way that's suitable for you to be able to hold that vision. And now that that is anchored 33 feet above your head, this beautiful presence now begins lowering down that column of fire, a beautiful golden sphere. Effortlessly and slowly, this beautiful golden sphere moves down closer and closer
to your crown in 3, 2, 1. As it now enters the crown, it expands instantaneously to be around you completely. With an 11-foot circumference, diameter all around you, this spherical presence, all intelligent in its own manner, different than the Merkaba and different from your electronic tool of light of protection. For this gold is magnetic. This gold does not repel, but magnetizes all good things. This ethereal golden sphere spins around you. Perhaps you see symbols or numbers as you watch the sphere spin around you. Whatever your imagination can come up with to hold this vision. I myself will see numbers and just watch 1 through 17 spin by. And now, as we are sitting here within this golden sphere, emanated from our own I Am presence, the great solar radiance within all life, the great being of victory, the great frequency and feeling of victory steps forward. Blessed children of the one truth, the one light, the all that is. I am victory, and I have been with you always. In this golden energy is my golden flame of victory that I shall ask that you receive as a very free gift to charge your feeling worlds, your emotional bodies with the great flame, fire, and feeling of victory. It may be the first time you hear these words now, but I promise you these are words you know. I offer freely this armor, this glory that is your birthright to wield. Say every morning, I accept your cosmic golden armor, of your cosmic golden flame, of your mighty cosmic victory now and every day. Receive this beautiful armor. Use your childlike third eye to emanate the golden flames around your skin, your golden boots and armor, and the great emanation of this golden sphere around you. When you meditate, when you pray, when you visualize as you move forward, understanding the universal laws, this is a great tool, and it costs not a dime. All the power in the universe does not cost any, and yet will bring you everything for your enjoyment, for your growth, for your protection as you move forward. Say and say always, I am untouchable. I am indestructible, and I am incorruptible. And watch how things unfold around you. Say, I am the only power acting in this room. I am the only power acting in this world. And watch how the very weather around you begins to change. You hold the key, dear ones. It is time to help you remember, and you have all the help in the world with you on earth right now. All of the storylines you have created coming together, how we have loved to watch. So many universal travelers that have been accepted and been received by the earth to help undergo this process. You are here for the victory, and I assure you the victory is already won. So sit back and observe and enjoy the show, even when it doesn't seem enjoyable. Just know nothing can stop the victory of that which you've come for. And this is not a victory from a fight. This is bringing the victory into all that have been convinced of their own victimhood. This is the changing of the matrix of every man, woman, and child. But begin with yourselves, dear ones. Begin with yourselves and watch how it affects all around you. Call on my cosmic golden armor of my cosmic golden flame, of my mighty cosmic victory now and every day. And now as we come back, let us hold the vision as if you are outside yourself looking back. Allowing that golden flame in your I am star presence, this beautiful golden sphere that now surrounds itself like a golden bubble, to remain as you come back into your body and into your consciousness. For this I am presence will create a great point field of energy that does not need to be micromanaged, but simply called upon to point, seal, say your thoughts, as the world all awakens and does not understand that they are awakened. And people are reading everybody's thoughts without understanding, reading everyone's feelings and picking up without understanding. It will be a great beneficial tool for you to call, to point, seal your emotions and your thoughts as you go about your day-to-day business. And know that it shall be done. Let us allow to come back into the bodies. Maybe your hands and your observing any sensation you may feel. I know for me, when I work with this energy, it sort of feels like the hair standing up. It's an electromagnetism to this golden energy. And simply apply it. Use this energy when you're working in nature, you're praying for nature or praying for the earth, because it blesses more than just the human kingdom. We live side by side by the angelic kingdom that's evolving on the earth and the elemental kingdom. And right now they are all becoming very aware of us. They're evolving side by side, and we are becoming aware of them.
Mankind holds the dominion as a God being on this earth, and it's our responsibility to begin liberating and freeing and blessing all these precious ones that have been side by side with us the whole time. The ultraviolet light is golden spherical energy to draw forth higher volumes of the violet flame from the mountains and projecting it into the earth is a great key. You may call forth a violet flame from the sun to these golden sphere presence and project it right to the core of the earth. And let the earth emanate it all around this great violet halo. So much can be done now. So much has been gifted us to speed up this process as we move forward. Come back into our bodies. Now, the way I perceive this point protection, when it is like brought to my attention, it is like a whole other layer of our mind. It's like from the causal mind point of view, and it really seals your energy from getting out as much as to protect you from other people's energy coming in. Okay, where you can point seal certain things that from. You can point seal your own car's protection if you have to go to San Francisco. You can just like, you can just like put this like point protection over yourself, over your belongings, your loved ones, your homes, because it's done from a higher mind. Okay, and we are sort of a mind within a mind within a mind, like a Russian doll, I guess you could say, when you start coming into this at different levels. But what you're doing is sort of bypassing up into the higher mind and letting that mind do the protective work and the creative work. And this is what the masters would talk about when they say, I'm in the world, but not of it. Okay, this is what we are all beginning to go forth and do. Now, this golden spherical energy is not just to use as a tool, but the more you can concentrate on developing this like big bubble around you, it is also adjusting your frequency. The frequency of the electrons moving around the atoms of your own body. That's harmonizing. It creates a lot better health and rejuvenation. This is something that's going to be very important. Even on this spiritual journey, we still must keep all four pillars in sync, and that includes the physical body. Okay, to actually give energy to bless your physical body, to bless your cells. God bless my organs. God bless. Every time your angels make you sneeze and you're by yourself, start blessing yourself. You're like, oh, God bless my body. God bless my car. Start blessing the earth. Do these kind of things because the higher planes they cannot just send things into our plane of existence. We have to open the door for it to come in. The call always must come from where the requirement is needed. And that's universal laws. Okay, so when we do those simple things like calling for these different activations or simple blessings to people, it is necessary for the blessings to come. Okay, and we don't start asking as if we must move out of the phase of asking as if it doesn't already exist. When we ask for healing or asking for money or asking the universe, trying to do these things, we must do it in a way that is as if it already exists, as if everything's already perfect. Okay, because now people's consciousness are awakening and things are also happening very fast. We begin understanding that when you're praying for something as if it doesn't exist yet, like you're in need of something, it is like telling the universe and telling God that you want to continue needing them and not actually having. Okay, and so we're learning how to use that victorious energy and that magnetic golden energy to adjust our feelings to as what it would feel like if we actually got healed or had that requirement met. Okay, and this is like a golden key that humanity is collectively starting to observe within themselves, or at least in other people. You can just see it unfold where people are getting mad and acting crazy. All of a sudden, there's 5 people acting crazy to them, or you're seeing this reflection happening. And but the same thing goes with, because you're manifesting. We're manifesting all the time. We're like a living prayer. Okay, we're doing it all the time, but we're getting everything sent to us that we're putting out very quickly. It's not confusing anymore. You blow the horn at somebody, and all of a sudden somebody's going to blow the horn at you, and you're like, oh my God, I did that. Right? And so we're at this phase, but once you become aware of those kind of things, you can start becoming aware of how to draw in all the good things. Okay? How to walk in grace and be aware of when something's triggering you, something's trying to come up, and you have judgment over something. Even when you think you've been on the spiritual path for a long time, and guess what? Like, there's stuff that's in our subconscious that's so thousands of years old that still comes up and judges you. You hear somebody talk about politics, you just want to chime in, and you're just like, why do I even care what that person thinks? Like, we're in this like ascension process, like it doesn't matter, like none of it really matters. Nothing can really stop it. And so like we get caught up in the little things and then create rabbit holes for ourselves that we're already pulling ourselves out of. We don't need to keep going into these little things. Does anybody have any questions? Does anybody have anything you want to talk about? I'm a teacher too, so if you guys got anything on your mind, let's see what else can we talk about. Even your guides, everybody's guides are even like kind of standing there quiet, like it's like you're usually that's unlike them, believe me. Yes, go ahead.
How do you distinguish with your intuition and fear?
Well, your intuition will not cause fear. Okay, your intuition will guide you and say, well, if I do that, maybe this would happen, but it will not be all fear. Okay, the things that people have the biggest hard time reading this is when you have a solar plex core attached. So usually in relationships and things like this. Okay, like you get those gut feelings, and it's like a telepathy. It's a form of telepathy that even like everyone on Earth has evolved to the point that we're in our solar plex. Okay, we're working on bridging up into the third eye and then to the heart, in that form of understanding your intuition. Okay, you are very intuitive, and I think you can trust it very, very powerfully. All right, but it is. How can I help you discern that from fear? Where are you feeling it? Like, what is it you're talking about?
Okay, so
Like, where in your body?
Where am I?
Your intuition comes from the heart. The fear is coming from your soul.
Yeah, I guess it would be soul.
Because this is like where our human ego, and this is like the human mind is really working in the solar plexus collectively. Okay, this is why when you have a crush on somebody, you get butterflies, and when somebody's about to break up with you, you get a gut feeling. All these different kind of things, or when something bad's about to happen, you get a gut feeling. That kind of thing is because that's where our human ego is, and it is. So I would maybe start paying attention to where, when you're asking the question, know that the answer must come when you're using your intuition, but it won't feel so wrong. You might get intuition to not do something, but it's not going to feel like you're afraid to do it. I guess you could say it's not going to be like your intuition can be like a little bit of. Your guides are just saying that you have your intuition is very solid. It's found, like, to trust it. You just have to trust it, and then the fears will start going away, and you'll just start living like, okay, I'm going to take a left instead of a right, even though I know I got to take a right to go to the store. And then the universe will prove to you that you did the right thing, because then all of a sudden your friend will have a flat tire or something. You'll be like, oh, that's why I had to go left. And like you'll just keep getting these validations until you're so in alignment that You know that you can trust your power. Okay, there's something inside you a little bit that is coming into your power, coming into that trust, that fully trusting. It's almost like they're not saying like you're afraid of your power. I think it could be, I mean, there's a lot of things all humans have gone through by like activating and living by way of the gifts. Okay, and I believe you've gone through something like that is just starting to like dissolve. You don't need to relive it. You don't need past life regressions or anything like this. It's just trusting. Okay, trust the universe to like walk. Okay, and look at the fear when you're trying to follow your intuition and a fear is coming up, like without judging it or without choosing it. Is this the right thing or the wrong thing? Like ask yourself. Ask your I am presence. What is it? Is this fear my ego, or is this my direct sign? For me, when I'm following my intuition, it's not so much like when I'm using my body or as like a pendulum, I guess you could say, and trying to get guidance. It's not so much as a fear that'll come up, but it'll be an uncomfortable feeling, like nails on the chalk. If I'm about to go the wrong way or make the wrong decision, but it's not like I'm afraid to do that decision. When I'm afraid, I know it's like my ego trying to like prevent me from getting up on stage or doing these kind of things. But I think for the most part, you are like reading your intuition fine. Okay, and if you don't journal, maybe do a little journaling. Okay, is a way to just get clarity on if this is just my ego. Tell your ego to calm down, get behind me. Stop, get behind me. I got to make a decision here. I've got to do this kind of thing. All right, and you'll start finding it get easier and easier. But it's about practicing trusting it. And sometimes it's as easy as like, okay, God or spirit, Dakini, like I sometimes like the Dakini spirits, they use the wind. I'd be like, just take a day where you have the day off. I'm like, I'm just gonna go where the wind, literally go where the wind brings you. Like every time you go somewhere, be like, see which way the wind's flowing. Be like, I'm not gonna go that way. And it's just these little like faith walks that will start developing your trust in your intuition. Your intuition is strong. Okay, so just listen to it. I think he's probably just telling you something you don't want to hear or something a lot of times. Okay, but it's your intuition is spot on, and you don't need to make any decisions. Okay, there's no rush in anything. You're developing but it's more about developing the trust, not the actual intuition itself. I can clean your end if you want to. Like after I got one reading after that, I can just blast that. We'll doubt about it. Anybody else got any questions? Oh, good. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for coming, and see you next time. We're going to be in St. Raphael, and you'll see us around. Just sit up there for a second.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo. Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available. To register, please visit soulsearch.io/San Rafael Expo.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our last presentation of the day at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo here in Santa Cruz, Scotts Valley. And we're really delighted that you guys have been able to spend the day with us and here for our final talk of the day. And thank you for tuning in on the live stream as well. I'm delighted to have Dr. Ravi Ratan here with us all the way from India. And he's going to be talking to us weight management and lymphatic drainage. So Ravi is the author of the Handbook of Aromatherapy on Essential Oils and the co-author of Journey Through Chakras. He's a clinical aromatherapist, and he also specializes in manual lymph drainage therapies where he combines with chakra healing and emotional release work. He travels extensively from India to the United States, for a few months twice a year and conducts training programs on aromatherapy and lymph drainage, chakras, and crystal healings. He also has his company Aromatantra, which is engaged in manufacturing his aromatherapy formulations for skincare, hair care, pain relief, detox, and body massage oils and wellness oils. So if you guys haven't seen his amazing oils, you can come by his booth later today, or if you're watching the live stream, you can either come by live tomorrow and check them out, or go to his website, aromatantra.com. You can also find Dr. Ravi Ratan on the SoulSearch website. So thank you all for being here and being part of our SoulSearch family and community. Stay connected with us. We'll be in San Rafael next weekend, and also join our Facebook group and check out our shows on SoulSearch TV. And thank you and welcome. Thanks, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. As she introduced me, I'm Dr. Ravi Ratan from India, and I practice clinical aromatherapy, combine it with chakra healing, lymphatic drainage, and emotion healing. How many of you are aware about chakras? All of you, okay. But can anybody tell me why chakras are there? Why are the chakras there? We call them energy centers, and we depict 7 major chakras in the torso and head. Okay, what do we have in this part of the body? In this part of the body, we have our vital organs and glands, and chakras are representing the energies of our organs and glands. Like somebody comes to me for chakra healing, I have the person lying down, I use my dowser to check the energy of each chakra. And when the dowser, the pendulum is going clockwise on each chakra, the chakra is balanced. When the pendulum is going front and back, that means chakra has energy which is not balanced. When the pendulum is stuck, that shows the pendulum energy is congested. So energy is not able to move. And when the pendulum is going anti-clockwise, it shows there is a disease in any of the organs associated with the chakra. Actually, chakras, as I said, represent the energy of our organs and glands, and mostly endocrine glands. Like today we say everything is energy, and energy of a healthy human being can be measured in terms of megahertz. Okay? Now the healthy human beings measured is between 62 to 74 megahertz. What happens to our energy when we have a negative thought or emotion? Stress, anxiety, depression brings our energy down. Okay? Now, how do we perk it up? We perk up our energy by having food. But some people, in spite of having food, cannot bring their energy up, and their energy keeps going down, down, down. And when your energy goes down below 58 megahertz, your immune system breaks. Okay? When your immune system breaks, the disease manifests in the body. Now at 58 megahertz, our immune system breaks. Doctors call it psychosomatic disorders. Okay? What is psychosomatic disorder? Mind over body. That means your mental and emotional state is affecting your physical health. Doctors have to do all kind of research, what causes what causes breast cancer, what causes headache and migraine. But you understand the chakra system, you will understand what kind of mental and emotional state will affect which chakra and what kind of disease can come to the body. Now, to nourish the energy of the physical body, we all have food. And different food give us different levels of energy. 0 to 10 is the energy of all the food which is refrigerated and preserved. We eat that kind of food. What happens? We feel lethargic, isn't it? You have refrigerated, preserved food, so your tummy gets full, but you don't have much energy. You feel lethargic. 10 to 20 is the energy of all the food which we say is fresh food. Today, a lot of fresh food is GM food. It doesn't give us much energy, okay? 20 to 30 is the energy of all the food which we say is organic or eco-harvested. Today we prefer that kind of food, okay? And 30 to 40 is the energy of all the food which is living food. What is living food? Living food is sprouts. Ayurveda suggests you should soak your almonds at night and eat them in the morning. Okay? Because when you soak the almonds at night, the enzyme activity begins and they become alive. So alive food gives us more energy and more vibrations. Now, this is the about food, but you can choose your food rationally that this is good for me, or you can go by your taste bud that you want to have pizza, burger, or something. But once the food has gone inside your body, what control do you have? Do you know how much energy you are going to draw from the food? How much energy will go to which organ of the body? No. What controls it is our body's autonomous nervous system. We call it body's intelligence. And body's intelligence role is to ensure that we survive. For us to survive, the nutrients are first provided to our vital organs, your heart, your lungs, your liver, your brain, your kidney. They are the organs which need the nutrition first, otherwise we won't survive. Okay? But what happens? When we are not healthy physically, mentally, or emotionally, we either do not eat well or we do not absorb well. In either case, if there is a deficiency of nutrients, which of the organ of your body should suffer? If you are given the choice that you are having deficiency of nutrient, which organ you can cut out from? You will not be able to take the right decision. Okay? Because our focus is in the external. Body intelligence ensures that we survive. So when there is a deficiency of nutrients, it cuts out from only one organ, your skin and hair. Your skin and hair are biggest organs, but they are non-vitals. If your skin quality deteriorates, you can survive. But if your heart quality deteriorates, you won't survive. Okay? So your body intelligence cuts it out from your skin and hair. That's why we use a term in aromatherapy that your skin is the mirror of your health. Whatever is going inside your body shows on the quality of your skin. Okay? So this is now each of your organ uses energy, releases certain amount of process energy. That's the principle of energy, that it cannot be created nor destroyed. It only changes form. So each of your organ uses energy, releases certain amount of process energy, and the process energy moves in the body in something we say, use a term called nadi. In Tantra, nadi, N-A-D-I, nadis are the channels of energy in the body. Okay? And like we have nervous system all over the body, we have nadis, channels of energy all over the body. And it is said that we have 72,000 nadis, 72,000 channels of energy all over the body. Now, 72,000 has a numerological significance. What is the numerological significance? 7 plus 2 adds to number 9. 9 is the number of completion. You all know it. So why 9 is the number of completion? Do you realize you have 9 openings in your body through which you experience this world? You have 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, your mouth, anus, and genitals. These are 9 openings in your body through which you experience this world. Out of these 72,000 nadis, 3 nadis are the most important ones. They are called Ida, Pingla, and Sushumna. Okay, Ida is the channels, nadi, associated with your left nostril. It is your lunar nadi. Pingla is the nadi which is associated with your right nostril, which is your solar nadi. So these nadis crisscross at each chakra and meet at the same point of the root chakra. And there is a third nadi, which is the most important, which is parallel to our spine, is called your Sushumna nadi, through which our Kundalini moves. Okay. Now I'll come to these nadis later on again. Now, each of these organs releases certain energies through our nadis, and these nadis converge to the points we call chakras and release energy from each chakra like a tornado on the surface of us. That's how your chakras are. Okay. So this is the actual thing about chakras. Now, when a child is conceived in the mother's womb, the first organ which forms is the brain and the hypothalamus. And when your brain and the hypothalamus form, your crown chakra opens. When your crown chakra opens, your soul comes to the body. Soul is your consciousness coming to the body, which is an individual consciousness. Before that, where were you? You are part of universal consciousness. Then you become an entity, you become an individual consciousness. But when the soul comes to the body, it comes with a blueprint. Blueprint is your destiny in this lifetime. Like it's a soul contract. When its soul comes to the body, it comes with a contract, and that destiny says what kind of parents you'll be born to, what kind of body you are going to have, what kind of life experiences you are going to have, is everything in your destiny. In everything is the part of your blueprint. Okay. And that blueprint is based on your past life karma. In different lifetimes, what you have done or ignored to do is all karma. Out of that, some is taken out for you to go through in this lifetime. That is your destiny in this lifetime. Okay. So when this soul or individual consciousness comes to the crown chakra, it does not stay there. Because your body starts forming in the mother's womb. When the body forms, your spinal column forms, and parallel to the spinal column develops your Sushumna Nadi. And this consciousness does not stay there, it travels all the way down to the root chakra through your Sushumna Nadi and activates your root chakra. When your root chakra gets activated, your physical body starts forming in the mother's womb. It takes 9 months for a child's body to develop in the mother's womb, but it takes actually 7 years to develop completely. Do you realize a newborn baby doesn't even have well-developed kneecaps? Kneecaps of a child takes 2 years to develop completely. Okay, so rest of the body takes 7 years. Now, in case there is an imbalance of the root chakra in the first 7 years of a child's life, what will happen? The child may develop physical deformity. All congenital defects in children happen during the first 7 years, which is karmic for the child and karmic for the parents. Okay, so this is the most important aspect. So, this is your root chakra. Your root chakra is developing for first 7 years. Okay, now root chakra governs your physical body, your skin, your hair. Now, you see, Tantra says each chakra is an energy center. But according to Tantra, energy at each of the chakra has a different role to play. Have you ever realized? And according to Tantra, this energy has different roles. The energy of the root chakra is called Apana Vayu. Vayu is the energy, Apan is the name. Okay? Now, this energy is associated with the root chakra. What is the role of your root chakra? Do you know? What is the role of your root chakra?
Grounding.
Yes,
Stability.
one.
Stability.
Okay, that's one aspect. The most important role of the root chakra is elimination. You eat, you defecate, you drink, you urinate. If you are meditating, you get cosmic vibration through your crown chakra, which move through the body, get eliminated from the root chakra. And this root chakra works as a flush valve. Like if you're sitting here and you need to go to toilet, you can hold and control yourself and go and release at will, isn't it? So it is like a flush valve. And imagine if your flush valve is leaking, what will happen? Like if a toilet flush valve is leaking, there is a continuous drip of water. Same way, if people's root chakra is leaking, what will happen? You will have continuous of leakage of the root chakra. When the energy is leaking from the root chakra, people suffer from a condition called chronic fatigue syndrome. Have you heard the term chronic fatigue syndrome? That means your energies are leaking continuously and you don't have a control. So how do you fix it? Anybody does yoga? In yoga, they teach you an exercise called Mula Bandha. Mula Bandha is like Kegel exercise. You control your anus genital muscles, hold and release. So just by doing that exercise, you can control the leakage from your root chakra. So this is the most important aspect. But besides that, the root chakra governs your physical body, your skin, your hair, and anything happening to your physical body is the responsibility of root chakra. Now, you said the term grounding. Okay, what is actually grounding? You know that?
Connecting to the earth.
No. Everybody is connected to earth by law of gravity, isn't it? Who's flying? No. But what flies in you is your head, your mind. Because most of the time, what happens to us that we are doing something, our mind drifts away to something else, isn't it? That is what is grounding about. When your mind is not in the activity you're doing, you're not grounded. And when you are grounded, you're good. You whatever you do, you succeed. And if your mind is somewhere else or you are doing something else, most of the time people make mistakes, isn't it? That is grounding. So that is about your root chakra. Now comes between 7 and 14, your sacral chakra is most dominant. Your sacral chakra is about what? It is water element. The root chakra is element earth, the sacral chakra is element water, and this earth is 2/3 of water, like the body is 2/3 of water. Now, have you ever realized what happens to the water on earth with the changing phases of moon? The changing phases of moon causes high tide and low tide, isn't it? Now, how many of you experience mood swings when there is a full moon? Okay. The moon phases affect the water outside. It also affects the water in the body. That's why it causes mood swings in people. So, this sacral chakra, one aspect is sexual development because a child attains puberty between the age of 7 and 14. So that's sexual development. But another very important aspect of this chakra is emotional balance. Okay. Emotional balance is the key here because it's the water element. Now, water in the body is like blood, lymph, and the most important thing is lymphatic system. Lymphatic system, do you understand what is lymphatic system about? Lymph is all the interstitial fluid in your body. What is interstitial fluid? Everything outside the cells, fluid is your lymph. You see, in our body, blood moves in the arteries and veins. Okay? Arteries carry oxygenated blood and nutrition to each and every part of the body. And veins bring the deoxygenated blood. And it comes to the heart, it gets purified in the lungs and gets back in the circulation. This is the system. But arteries cannot reach at every part of the body, every nook and corner of the body. So from the extremities, from the arteries, the blood plasma oozes out and fills the space between the cells. This blood plasma carries oxygen, nutrition for each and every cell of the body. Each and every cell of the body, as a result of metabolic process, gets the nutrition but also releases toxins. And the toxins are also released in the lymph. Okay. Now, if you talk to a doctor, medical doctor, they will say that lymph moves in the body through muscle suction. Lymph moves in the body through your muscle suction. That's why people do tarpaulin, jumping, and all that, even walking. Everything makes the lymph flow. It is partially true. It's not 100% true. Lymph moves, but there, you see, lymph moves in the body in open channels. Okay, like the arteries and veins carry blood, which is closed vessels. Closed vessels, and due to the pumping of the heart, the blood moves. Okay, but lymph does not move because of the pumping. Some of the lymph moves because of the muscle suction. And lymphatic vessels are the open channels in our body, like the rivers on the surface of earth. You see, the river flow only to one direction, so that the lymph also flows only to one direction, that is towards your heart. But these lymphatic vessels start from tiny vessels to become bigger, 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 and they, at certain parts of the body, we have something called lymphatic nodes. Lymphatic nodes are the channels joining together. So you start from the under the ankle, under the knee, and thigh joints are the major lymph nodes of the lower body. Same way, upper body, the major lymph nodes are underarm. They are axillary nodes. These have lymph nodes all over your chest and breast, clavicle node, deep cervical node, here auxiliary nodes, and these are submandibular nodes. So they are different lymph nodes. But lymph has to move. You know, one of my guru used to say entire world population can be divided into two categories of people. One category of people dominate in the left nostril, another category of people dominate in the right nostril. Do you know which nostril are you breathing from? No. Press one and see. One is easy to breathe from, one is difficult. Because at any given time, you do not breathe from both the nostrils. Okay? You breathe only from one nostril at any given time. And that's not a perfect cycle. Some people breathe 45 minutes from the left nostril, 45 minutes from the right nostril, but it is not a perfect cycle because there is 15 to 20 minutes change over time. So some people breathe more from the left nostril and some people breathe more from the right nostril. Do you realize when you are breathing from the left nostril, what are you doing? You are breathing the energy of moon. And when you are breathing the right nostril, you are breathing the energy of sun. Okay. Now, when you are breathing the energy of moon, what is it happening? Moon energy affects your sacral chakra. Moon energy affects your sacral chakra, makes you more emotional by nature. Do you know that? That's why I said when the high tide and low tide happens because of the moon phases. Okay. So moon, if you are breathing more from the left nostril, you are breathing more energy of moon. Now, do you realize the moon energy is cooling energy? Moon energy is a cooling energy. So people who breathe more from the left nostril, they tend to have low body temperatures. And they are prone to low blood pressure also because of moon energy. Okay. So moon energy makes these people tend to have low blood pressure, low body temperature, and moon energy makes these people more emotional by nature. When people are emotional by nature, they are prone to depressions. Okay. When people are prone to depression, they do not accept responsibility for whatever is happening to them in life. They blame it on somebody else. They will say, because of her, because of this, because of that, I am in this shit. I did not cause it. Somebody else has done it to me. Okay. Now, there's another category of people who are right nostril dominant, breathing fire. Because right nostril dominant people breathe sun energy, which is fire. Right nostril dominant people have heated liver because when you are breathing fire, your liver gets heated. Now, these people are very ambitious in life. They want to achieve everything in this lifetime. They push themselves to do this, do this, do this, they are kind of achievers. But during this process of pushing themselves, they push everybody. Even the people with the left nostril dominant are people are pushed by the right nostril dominant. Now, again, my question, you do yoga, okay? Yoga teaches you a simple exercise, and that exercise is called alternate nostrils breathing. Inhale from left, exhale to right, inhale from right, exhale to left. This, if you go do minimum 11 cycles morning, 11 cycles in the afternoon, half of your health problems are over. Okay? Now, again, one more thing my guru used to say. You know, five senses? Which are the five senses we have? The sense of smell is the most basic sense associated with your root chakra, you know? Because your sense of smell is the most basic sense, and this is the only sense which transcends from this life to next life. That's why you like certain fragrances, you do not like certain fragrances without knowing the reason why. So that is the sense associated with your root chakra. Your second sense is the sense of taste. Which chakra this sense could be associated with?
Throat? Throat?
No. The sense of taste is associated with your sacral chakra. Why sacral chakra? No. Your sacral chakra is your desire center of your physical body. Do you know that? This is the desire center of your body, and your desires are something you taste. You have one desire, you fulfill it, and you are done. You have another one, and you fulfill that, you have another one. Desires are endless. A need you fulfill, you are done with. You fulfill one desire, you have another one. So, desire, this sacral chakra is the desire center of your body. And when your desires are uncontrollable, we call them addictions. All the addictions are the result of sacral chakra imbalance. Okay? So, this is your sacral chakra. Your solar plexus chakra is associated with your sense of sight. Your eyesight is connected with your solar plexus chakra because your optic nerve controls your solar plexus chakra. Okay, that's why people get headaches and migraine whenever they have anxieties or indigestion or solar plexus issues. They get headaches and migraines. Your heart chakra is your sense of touch. You show your love to people by holding, hugging, and touching, isn't it? Your throat chakra is your sense of sound and hearing. You communicate through your throat chakra, isn't it? So these are the five senses. Now comes your sixth sense. Sixth sense is your clairvoyance. Okay? Your intuition, clairvoyance is the result of your third eye chakra. Okay? Now, which is your seventh sense? Which is your seventh sense?
Spiritual.
Your common sense. Because the common sense is not so common. And you know, I'll tell you why. We all do certain things in life without knowing why. We are not conscious of doing. The most important thing we all do is breathe, is it? How many of you breathe consciously? If you breathe consciously, you do like alternate nostril breathing, abdominal breathing, half of your health problems are over. Okay. Now, another thing, how many of you take shower every day? You take all of you take shower, and how many of you rub your lymph nodes? That's the key. That's the key to health. When you are rubbing your body, the only thing you need to rub is your lymph nodes. God has made this body very intelligently. He has placed all the lymph nodes in the press front of the body, like under the ankle, under the knee, your hands can reach. This is your major lymph node for the lower body. You know, 90% of the people, when they have sacral chakra blockage, emotional blockage, their lymph nodes get blocked. Okay. Now, when these lymph nodes are blocked, what will happen? Because the fluid is not moving, it will cause hormonal imbalance because your sacral chakra is blocked. And the first sign a girl child experiences menstrual imbalance. When a girl child is having a menstrual imbalance, this sacral chakra is blocked. And parents do not understand emotional blockages. They will take the child to a doctor. A doctor won't do anything because they also don't understand emotional blockages. They will give pills. And pills, they work temporarily. They may fix it, or you have to take the pills the rest of your life. Okay? So when you are having pills all the time, so nothing is being done to the cause of the problem. Okay? So over a period of time, this chakra blockage aggravates. And this lymph node's job is to release toxins. When your lymph nodes are blocked, toxins are not removing. Your body intelligence is supposed to remove when the toxins are not draining. It throws these toxins in the extremities, which is buttocks and thighs, and causes women to have cellulite. Okay, now understand one thing. If you have cellulite, you should be happy. You know why? That means your body intelligence is working and is throwing the toxins from the vital organs to the extremities and protecting you. If your lymphatic system, lymph nodes are not working, your body intelligence is not working, not throwing these toxins to the extremities, what will happen? These toxins will get embedded in your uterine wall. And if the toxins get embedded in the uterine wall, people have a condition called uterine fibroids. You get problem like polycystic ovaries because the toxins which were to get drained did not get drained out. They get stuck in your ovarian wall and causing ovarian cyst. And over a period of time, these conditions aggravate and cause endometriosis in women. Men also have these issues, but men do have different kind of reproductive issues. Okay, so this is what happens when these lymph nodes are. Then comes your solar plexus. Solar plexus is most dominant between the age of 14 to 21. This is your intelligence. This is your ambitions. This chakra is about your ambitions, and people are ambitious. As I told you, people run after things. Okay, so when people are running after things, first of all, they do not sleep well because they are sleeping in the bed, mind is busy. Okay, when they are pushing, their liver gets heated. The liver is heated, it creates high cholesterol. High cholesterol is the cause of gallbladder stones. If you're pushing, you're breathing more fire, it will also cause you to have hypertension and high blood pressure. It is also the cause of diabetes. When people keep pushing, they develop diabetes. So all these problems related to your solar plexus chakra mainly arise because people are very ambitious in life. And that's why I said alternate nostrils breathing is the key. Then comes your heart chakra. Heart chakra is most dominant between the age of 21 to 28. And people say heart chakra is about love, isn't it? And people you love the most give you maximum pain in life. Isn't it a fact? The people you love the most give you maximum pain in life. Why? Because the concept of love is wrong. What you people think of love is not actually love. What you think of love is your attachments to people and things. Okay? And as long as you have attachments to people and things, the only thing you get in return is what? Pain, anguish, and trauma. When you have pain, anguish, and trauma, what will happen? Your heart chakra energy will get affected. When your heart chakra energy gets affected, these are the lymph nodes on the upper part of the body. We call them axillary nodes. When these lymph nodes are blocked, what will happen? The circulation in chest and breast area gets affected. So when this circulation in the chest and breast area gets affected, women have tenderness in the breast. Okay, men also have the issues. Their arteries get affected and they have arterial blockages. So this is the first sign when this is affected. Tenderness in the breast. Over a period of time, this tenderness leads to fibrocystic breast condition. That means you develop breast lumps and people still do not understand what to do. Because as I said, the only thing you can do is massage this chest and breast area to the underarm. And your tenderness will disappear. And if you use my oils, even if you have breast lumps, they will clear out. I had a client in New York. She was operated 5 times of breast lumps. And when she came to me, she had almost more than 60 lumps in the breast. And I did therapy on her. I gave her oils to massage and drink evening primrose oil. And after 3 months, when I met her, more than 60% of her lumps had gone. So this is what happens. And if your breast lumps are not clear over a period of time, they will lead to breast cancer. So this is the key. The health, you see, you have 2 palms. Use it regularly when you take your shower. Massage your lymph node, massage your chest and breast area. Most of your health problem will get resolved. When your heart chakra is blocked, there is also one more thing happens. These are the lymph nodes which get affected. These are called clavicle nodes. These are called occipital nodes. And these lymph nodes, when these lymph nodes get blocked, people suffer from a condition called frozen shoulder. People experience frozen shoulder without understanding why it is happening. So this is what happens. Now your throat chakra is most dominant between the age of 28 to 35. Throat chakra is about our communication and expression, and our communication gets us success. Okay, if you are able to communicate well in your personal relationships, you will be successful there. If you communicate well in your business and professional field, you will be successful there. But people are not able to maintain the balance. And the worst thing happens is your throat chakra gets affected by lower chakra. Your root chakra is physical body, physical stress, fight and flight. Okay. When people are in a fight and flight mode, how do they communicate? They don't communicate, they shout, isn't it? Your sacral chakra is emotional blockages. That means if you are not able to express your emotions, you are an emotional kind of person who does not express easily. So what happens? This chakra gets affected. These lymph nodes will get affected, but these emotional blockages will cause throat chakra blockages. When your throat chakra are blocked, these are the lymphatic nodes. They are called submandibular nodes. These lymph nodes get blocked. These lymph nodes in the front of the ear, behind the ear gets blocked. When these lymph nodes get blocked, they will affect your thyroid. So 90% of the people who have thyroid problem, they have emotional blockages and throat chakra blockages. And that cannot be resolved just by taking thyroid medication. You need to fix your sacral chakra and throat chakra to fix your thyroid. Okay? So this is it. Now, the front of the ear, behind the ear are called your auricular nodes. When these lymph nodes are blocked, people suffer from a condition called tinnitus, ringing of the ears. That is causes the imbalance in the ear, and it also causes ringing of the ear. I was in Los Angeles maybe 5-6 years back. A family was listening to my presentation, and this old man who was sitting there had a very bad tinnitus, ringing of the ear. From one ear he used to hear church bells, and another ear he used to hear crickets. So he came for a session. Once I done the session, the only thing he was saying when we got done, miracle, because his ringing stopped. This is how it works. So this is a very important chakra. Your throat chakra causes a lot of issues, thyroid, tinnitus, and all that. They are coming from here. People do not understand from where the problems coming. And the worst problem happens when people throat chakra is not coordinated with the third eye chakra. You know what is our third eye chakra? Our third eye chakra is our connection to the higher intelligence, universal guiding principle. That means you keep getting your thoughts and ideas. But if you are getting thoughts and ideas and you are not able to verbalize your thoughts and ideas, what will happen? Have you heard of people talking without coming to the point, and you feel like telling them, okay, come to the point, come to the point. They won't come to the point. They will keep beating around the bush because the throat chakra and third eye chakra is not coordinated. To do that, first you need to sedate your mind. And how to sedate the mind? People try to think, okay, we'll do meditation, we'll sedate. No. Because meditation you are doing, your mind is busy, you are not meditating, you are contemplating. Okay? So the best thing is to do chanting. Chanting is something you say a word or mantra repeatedly. When you say a mantra or word repeatedly, it sedates your mind. When you sedates your mind, you relax mentally and you can think clearly. So this is very important. And finally, the crown chakra. Crown chakra is our connection to highest consciousness. You know, as I said, the kundalini in all of us is the one when we got conceived, their consciousness came to the crown chakra. But consciousness did not stay. It went all the way down through your Shushumna Nadi to the root chakra. It became your Kundalini. And what we are trying to do in all our life, trying to raise the Kundalini back, trying to raise this consciousness back so that we can connect to the highest consciousness. That's our journey of life. Once you reach that level that you can raise your kundalini, connect with the higher conscious, you complete the journey of life and death. So this is all about chakras and lymphatic system. Anybody has any questions? Oh, thank you so much. If you want, I have my book on aromatherapy, which shows about lymphatics of each part of the body. My chakra books are all sold out, but I have oils which you can use for clearing your lymphatic of the face, body, and everywhere. You can have a come have a look at my book. Thank you very much. Namaste.
So when you were talking about the connection, between the throat chakra, you said the sacral chakra?
Yes.
So how do you treat like those? How do you find out like what the imbalances are?
I have my 7 chakra oils. I recommend people to use the 7 chakra oils and meditate. Like I was in Germany, maybe around 10 years back. There was a lady who bought my 7 chakra oil set, and she said, I have this thyroid issue which flares up once in a year, and I have to be on a medication for 2 to 3 months. And I'm seeing you have a throat chakra oil which will help my thyroid. Should I use it? I said, no, you cannot use only one oil. You have to use minimum 5 oils. You have to understand what causes your throat chakra. Throat chakra, most of the time people have issue is sacral chakra emotion blockages. Now, your third eye chakra controls your pituitary gland, which is your master endocrine gland, which also affects your throat chakra. Your root chakra is your physical body. And physical body, everything is connected with the root chakra. So you have to use that. And you should also use the heart chakra because heart chakra and sacral chakra go hand in hand, emotional blockages. So I told her to use minimum 5 oils, and I said, if you want to use all the 7. And within a week, she sent me a message that I cannot believe it. That just using oils for 5 days, my thyroid could get fixed. Yes, it happens. So you need to understand from where the imbalance is coming. And you use the oils, it fixes. Same thing I was telling about fibrocystic breast condition. That was why it happens in women, because your lymph nodes are blocked. Lymph is not moving, forms lumps. So you massage the oil, put your fingers on the lumps, massage it, take it here. And also you need to drink an oil called evening primrose oil, which is the best hormone regulator for women. It works. Now, same thing here, these lymph nodes, inguinal nodes. If people have blockage of inguinal node, they will put pressure on your lower back. I was in Massachusetts. One chiropractor recommended one of his clients to come and see me. This lady was seeing chiropractor once a week for past 5 years for a lower back pain which was not resolving. So what I normally do is I check the chakras and apply the chakra oils and feel the lymph node. The moment I touched her lymph node, I could say that you have emotional blockages. And she said, I cannot have emotional blockages. I said, why do you say so? Oh, I have an excellent family relationship. I said, let me understand your family. She said, I have 2 kids who are very nice boys, and me and my husband, we have a good relationship. I said, fine, but you are talking of all male members, and I am seeing the emotional blockages in your left side, which is your feminine side. So let's talk about you don't have a daughter, you may be having a mother or sister. Let's talk about that. And she said, I'm not in touch with them anymore. I said, there you are.
Yeah.
What happened? She said, I was 13 of the 14 children from my mother who never had time for me. And my sister used to bully me when we were growing up. So when I grew up, I just walked over and never looked back. I said, there you are. You're disconnected here. They're all sitting here. Remember a simple principle of life. Your issues are in your tissues. Your brain memory is limited. Your body memory holds everything. So this is how it works.
Can you say more about, because you mentioned using oils, can you say more about the connection between the oils and the chakras and why you use oils to help with chakras?
Look, we say 7 chakra, but we talk of 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. Okay? Each chakra is associated with one element. Say earth element associated with the root chakra, sacral chakra with water. There's a fire, air, and ether. Same way we have 5 elements in the plants. Okay. The root chakra, the root oils of the plant have the earth element. The water element in the plant is found in the wood and stem oil. Fire element in the plant is found in the flowers. Heart chakra has the air element, and the throat chakra has the ether element. So we use the elements of the plant to activate the elements of the human body. So that's how the oils work. And oils not only have the therapeutic effect, they work at the vibration level. Because the essential oil vibrations, as I told you, is from 200 to 2000 megahertz. Highest vibration is rose oil. So we use the oils for healing and they work. That's why I promote my chakra oils. That's the best self-healing tool. It is also you can use for meditation.
Where's your booth located?
Inside.
Is it on the right, the left,
You go inside, I'm maybe in the middle.
the middle? Okay.
Yeah.
I walked around the outside, but I didn't look at everything, and I've
Okay.
never seen you. That's why I was
Okay.
asking.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Kind of at the entrance? Okay, all right.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I ask you, so I have.
Are you ready for healing, empowerment, and transformation? Join us at the SoulSearch Enlightenment Expo October 5th and 6th at the San Rafael Embassy Suites. Free to attend with advanced registration. Meet psychics, mediums, energy healers, astrologers, and more. We will have an EES Systems scalar wave technology experience for your healing, as well as relaxed saunas and detox foot baths. Get readings, Reiki, body work, and more. Purchase crystals, holistic self-care, and high vibe products. Don't miss out on the free transformational talks. We still have booths available.